that we could see your beautiful faces, right,
All right.
Riri? And then third, you may drop your questions regarding the topic in the chat box on Zoom or YouTube, whichever you are joining with. You also can directly ask the questions on the discussion session later.
And not only that,
Yeah.
Faiz, we also would like to remind all participants that the English Indonesian translator will be available by clicking on interpretation icon, which looks like a globe located in the middle right of your screen. However, distinguished guests, to enable the interpretation icon, please make sure you have installed latest version of Zoom app. I think that's all the information from us. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum
Assalamualaikum
warahmatullahi
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
wabarakatuh.
Good morning, Faiz.
Good morning, Riri.
You look ravishingly
Oh,
stunning.
what a beautiful word I heard today.
And,
Thank you, thank you.
and what's that on your head? Could you like to tell us more about
All
that?
right. First of all, I'd like to say good morning to Riri and all ladies and gentlemen here in this virtual room. And well, Riri, Indonesia, as we know, that has a plethora of traditional accessories, right? That costumes and also accessory itself that have been well preserved up until today. And today, we are wearing traditional costumes from Java. The Javanese traditional attire for men is always worn with the blankon. So you asked me about what's in my head. It's actually blankon.
Oh, that's suits
That's
you very well.
Whoa, thank you so much. And then accompanied by a crease behind my back, and blankan is a traditional headdress made with a batik fabric for exactly, that symbolizes the skill of a man. There is a high generosity that is honored within, actually.
Well, thank you so much, Faiz, for all of the brief
Anytime.
explanation. Anyway, let us introduce ourselves
Yep.
and say hello to our participants today. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome back. It's a pleasure to once again meet you. We are your hosts for today. I'm Riri from Customs and Excise Training Center.
And I'm Faiz from Directorate General of Customs and Excise, and we hope you have been enjoying yourself at the conference so far, as we are now on the second day of International Conference on Customs and Tax Cooperation under the theme Enhancing the Exchanging of Information between Customs and Tax Authority to improve tax compliance.
Indonesian Customs and Excise Education and Training Center. Anywhere, anything, anyway about customs. So come and join We are World Customs Organization Regional Training Center for Asia Pacific in Indonesia.
We would like to introduce and warmly welcome the Honorable Guests, Head of Asia Pacific Regional Office for Capacity Building, Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto, Director of Customs and Excise Education and Training Center, Bapak Hari Mulya, the invited speakers, expert from Directorate General Customs and Excise, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Desi Arifinsyah, and expert from Directorate General of Taxes, Ministry of Finance of the Republic of Indonesia, Bapak Imam Arifin.
In addition, the invited speakers from Royal Malaysia Customs Department, Mr. Chu Henaun, and the invited speakers from Federal Customs Service of Russia, Mr. Griazin Denis. Last but not least, our moderator for today, Customs Audit Supervisor and Asian Regional Expert on PCA, Bapak Heru Harjanto Adi Pradopo. Faiz, before we begin,
Yep.
allow me to read the main agendas of today's conference.
Of course.
We will begin with keynote remarks, plenary, followed by paper presentations from the authors of selected papers, sharing sessions by experts from 2 invited countries, and lastly, closing remarks at the end of the conference.
Let us now begin the conference, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and participants. As the head of WCR Regional Office Capacity Building for Asia Pacific, Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto will be delivering the keynote speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a very warm welcome to Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto. First of all, I'd like to please Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto to turn on your microphone, please.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes.
I can hear you very clear. Please, Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto, please.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for kind introduction. Executive of the Indonesia Customs and the National Tax Office, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, good afternoon, and good evening from Bangkok, Thailand, IROCBAP. So first of all, I would like to express my warmest congratulations for Indonesia Customs and the Regional Training Center, Indonesia, for organizing international conference on the customs and the tax cooperation. And it is a great honor for me to have the chance to deliver my speech. And I appreciate it for giving me wonderful collaboration opportunity today. Okay, before start my speech, I have two simple questions for you here. First one is, does your customs have the training program on the cooperation with tax authority? My second question is, have you ever participated in the tax training program on the cooperation with tax authority? You don't need to answer to me right now. So this is a question for your own benchmarking. So please look back your work and training experience and keep in mind. So, okay, back to the main topics. So needless to say, you are already well aware that the cooperation between the tax authority and the customs could be very beneficial and meaningful. And you can expect that there will be the good synergy effect in tax collection mutually related to the goods in cross-border movement in importation and exportation. From the government point of view, appropriate tax collection will contribute to the stable national revenue. From the compliance perspective, it is also expected to reduce the risk of the tax evasion and illegal activities. From the taxpayer point of view, the sound and the healthy tax collection system is welcomed by simple and quick tax payment procedures. Again, this is why we are saying that cooperation is important. For proceeding such cooperation, we must realize that the relevant knowledge and grip the taxation situation are essential. I will share with you some good example. Looking around the administration situation globally, there are various forms of the organization of the customs and the national tax agency. For example, there are members who have the separate customs and the national tax agency. They are members who have the separate but under same Ministry of Finance together. And they are members who have a both function and the customs and the national tax. So, I mean, situation is a little bit different in terms of the way of organization. Look, let's take a look at the tax system. Some states have the VAT and the consumption taxes. Some states have not only the government tax, but also the local government taxes. Let's take a look at the taxation operation. Some customs collect the VAT and the consumption taxes. For the connection system, so there is also differences in the connectivity between the National Tax Authority and the customs. I can imagine that IT system with a National Tax Agency might be different. I think the responsibility and demarcation by customs and the National Tax Agency differ from country to country. What I want to say here is that there is no common template for a detail in such cooperation and how to proceed. I mean that member customs need to consider tailor-made approach and the solution that fit their own situation. So what do we need with this tailor-made cooperation in order to move forward? In my view, So we must consider to do environmental scan and brainstorming. So milestone step is to obtain the basic fact by the environmental scan around the tax collection. Then you must think about what is the challenges in the current situation in the national tax level. I would be great that frontline officials and the policymaker officials could work together to brainstorm and come up with a good idea. In my view, to gain basic knowledge of the cooperation between the tax authority and the customs is the key in brainstorming among the customs officials. So as Mr. Hao Wu of WCO introduced yesterday brief, WCO has a useful tool on this subject. As far as I can see, my recommendation document of WCO is the guideline for strengthening cooperation and the exchange of information between the customs and the national tax agency at the national level. I think that most of us here already recognized this guideline describes the points to keep in mind or when promoting the cooperation, and also explain the information exchange with the key. As you can imagine, is that cooperative framework between the customs and the national tax agency is essential to proceed this discussion. Needless to say, we cannot move forward without understanding and cooperation from our counterpart, National Tax Agency. So everyone here, I will be very happy to be wonderful expert on the topics so that you can convey how important of our cooperation and the benefit are to the officials of the National Tax Agency. As you can imagine, what experts say is very persuasive. I am strongly confident that many good ideas will come out from the lively discussion. Some of our cooperation can be started immediately, while others will need to carry out over the medium and the long term. I think it is a good approach. We start with what we can implement it quickly. It is also a good idea to proceed with districts and recognized by matter that to be needed a new standard of procedures, SOP, MOU, Memorandum and Understanding, and amended law and regulation. In this cooperation, especially the medium and the long-term project, we need a strong driving force. So I will be great if you could use your leader political will as an engine to drive the lead such cooperation. In addition to that, I believe that having many experts in your customs administration, increasing the full understanding and prioritize in your organization, and finally created an even stronger political will. So how to become the expert? I would like to encourage again to utilization of the WCO2 to train in-house training through the training course on the cooperation with the tax agency at your customs, so that many customs officers will become the wonderful expert and familiar with it. Then, with a lot of gain knowledge, I'm sure you will come up with great tips and idea for a possible cooperation. Last but not least, I would like to share with you again the importance of the training. So on behalf of the ROCBAP, I hope your customers will provide a great training program and the cooperation with tax authority with WCO2. Then you will participate in such training and become a wonderful expert for further cooperation with the tax authority in the near future. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Back to Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto, for your very inspiring speech. It is very an honor for us to have you here today. Of course, Riri, right?
Right.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin our main event. In this session, there will be presentation from Customs and Tax representative. The presentation and discussion session will be moderated by ASEAN regional expert on PCA, Bapak Heru Haryanto Adi Pradopo.
But before that, Faiz,
Yeah.
to get to know more our moderator
Of
for
course.
today, allow me to read the CV of the moderator. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Heru has been work for DGCE for 28 years, and with his educational background of economics and management, his experiences are mainly related to audit implementation. Bapak Heru is currently work as Customs Audit Supervisor on Directorate of Customs and Excise Audit.
And he is also a resource person theory at certain national and global forums related to PCA, and temporary lecturer in many PCA courses in Customs and Excise Education and Training Centers since 2004. And without any further ado, please welcome Bapak Heru. I'd like to see Bapak Heru first. Good morning, Mr. Heru.
Hello, very good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam
Good morning,
warahmatullahi
MC.
wabarakatuh. Good morning, sir. You look very brightly clear and crystal clear. I could hear your voice quite clear either, right, Riri? And first of all, Mr. Heru, today's topic is related to the exchange of information between customs and tax authorities to improve tax compliance. What do you think about this topic, and in what regard could the exchange of information benefit both customs and tax authorities?
Yes, I think it's quite very interesting, and I believe that all the participants are really waiting for this session, because actually right now we in the many kind of the conference we say that the custom cannot stand alone, the tax cannot stand alone. So already mentioned also by the WCO, Mr. Ori at the beginning, that I think is very interesting. And then the both speakers from the Director General of Customs and Excise and also Director General of Tax will be presenting what kind of cooperation, what kind of the elaborate change of information, etc. And then I think it's a very interesting topic.
It
My
is very
opinion.
interesting
Yes.
topic. Exactly, Riri.
Well, thank you so much, Bapak Heru, for the intriguing talks. As you said before, I also believe that our participants are eagerly awaiting the presentation and discussions from the experts.
Of course.
So, without further ado, Bapak Heru, for the next 90 minutes, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Very good morning, everyone, participant. And then I can see from the list that not only from Indonesia, almost my colleagues from the Asia Pacific regional country also attending this kind of the international conference. So today I have lead as a moderator for this morning session. We have two speakers, one speaker from the Director General of the Customs and Excise, and then followed by the speaker from the Director General of the Tax. So I will starting with the presentation from the Director General of the Customs and Excise, and then hopefully I will invite Mr. Desi Arifinsyah. Very good morning, Pak Desi. Are you there already?
Good morning, Pak Heru.
Thank you,
Nice to meet
sir.
you again.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, before starting the discussion, I'd like to read the curriculum vitae from Pak Desi. Desi Arifinsyah, Mr. Desi Arifinsyah, is born in Jakarta, 14 December 1962, and then he has the educational background. He is graduated from the Bogor Agriculture Institute in 1987, and then he also has a Master of Arts in Economics from the University of Colorado, USA, graduated in 1997, and also he is also very kind of the professional background. He's the financial attaché in the Indonesian embassy in Hong Kong in 2006, and he is also ever as the head of the regional custom office in East Java, Banten, and also Jakarta, starting from 2015 until 2021. And currently, Mr. Desi right now is the director of the Custom and Excise Audit in our headquarters in Jakarta. And also he has many kinds of the WCO certificate of merits, So I think it's such kind of his CV from Pak Desi. So Pak Desi, the time is yours for the presentation.
Thank you, Pak Heru. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. Jakarta now is very bright like Pak Heru. So hopefully everybody is very kind and then good, healthy, good safety, and then we will make this presentation good and have a good knowledge for everybody. So let me start with the outline of this presentation. Distinguished participant, honorable colleagues from Asia Pacific countries, a very good morning again, and it is a great pleasure to meet you in this opportunity. In this blessed morning, allow me to talk about collaboration and cooperation between custom and taxes institution in Indonesia. This will be the outline of my presentation in today's session of enhancing the exchanging of information between custom and tax authority to improve tax compliance. The outline consists of 4 parts. Is from the first time is a joint program overview, and then the secondly is initiative charter joint of program, and then the third part is data exchange, and then the fourth one is advantage of this program. So next slide. So ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, friends, our leaders has expectation and instruction from our minister and other leaders under Minister of Finance. Our minister expectation for joint program is that it will optimize state revenue, reduce risk in revenue leakage, improving taxpayer convenience, as well as improve surveillance and control without sacrificing taxpayers' cost of compliance. Synergy in this joint program is the backbone of the 5 reform pillars: laws and regulation, business process, organization structure, human resource, and information technology and data to create reliable information system in processing accurate technology-based data. Moreover, synergy between units under Ministry of Finance also expected to improve government services and surveillance through data exchange, joint analysis, joint inspection, even collective investigation in case of fraud. There is also secondment program for executive in order to strengthen data integration and harmonization. With this solid synergy between custom and tax authority, hopefully there are no more change for taxpayer to evade their tax obligation. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, Reform Synergy Program is legally based on Ministry of Finance Decree number 210 2021, and which define the program as synergy implementation between unit under the MOF, Ministry of Finance, as well as between Ministry of Finance and other ministry or organization. In the aspect of services, surveillances, and law enforcement together in the field of taxation, custom and excises, and non-tax revenue to optimize state revenue compliance, enhancement, and service improvement for taxpayer. Joint program for state revenue involve DigiTax, DigiCustom and Excise, and DigiBudget to encourage national growth by increasing the credibility and effectivity of state budget, as well as increasing public service efficiency to boost national competitive level. Its joint program activities, namely joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigation, joint collection, and secondment, are correlating and collaborating in optimizing state revenue through DigiTax, DG Custom Excise, and DG Budget. Next, please. For the Joint Program Initiative Chapter, which, as you can see, summarize background, breakthrough, outcomes, and risks that arise in joint program implementation. So yet we believe at the first, this is a very challenging. We don't want to have a word like is difficult, but this is very challenging. However, we can go and try to make easier through this four background. The first background is the background of the program itself. Our state revenue optimization as key resource of budgeting in order to support national development policies. Secondly, overlap business process and IT between units under MOF or under Ministry of Finance that can be synergized to optimize services and surveillance related to state revenue. And thirdly, tax compliance that has not been maximized. Starting from those background, joint program have made several breakthroughs over the years of implementation, which are, firstly, collaboration and business process compatibility between unit, DigiTax, DGCA, and DG Budget. Through synergy program, scale up including joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigation, joint intelligence, joint collection, joint business process and IT, and secondment. Secondly, data synergy, data analytic utilization, and collective control towards taxpayers to optimize state revenue. Those breakthroughs are then expected to generate several main outcomes, which are, first one, state revenue system development to support tax ratio increment and reduce revenue leakage. Secondly, enhancement of fiscal incentive system. And thirdly, the increase of taxpayer voluntary compliance. However, in implementing joint program, there are also several risks that occur, such as first one is high complexity in coordination between unit under MOF, other organization, and local government. So this is that I introduced at the first this slide that quite challenges. And secondly, data security problem and data integration failure probability. Next slide, please. In this slide, you can see the grand design of joint program, which started with data flow collaboration, marked by exchange in data and information between DigiTax, DG Custom and Excise, DG Budget, as well as other units under Ministry of Finance. This data then will be utilized for collective analysis. In this step, there are parameters, variables, indicators, and triggers from each executing unit that have to be aligned and analyzed together. The analysis will produce that we call target list of DSB for short, DSB, Daftar Sasaran Besar. As additional information, DSB are published in April searched each year by the latest and can be executed on the current year based on needs. The SB itself will be divided into several target lists depend on the joint program activities. Those are first, namely a joint analysis target list, the SAB or for joint analysis team, joint inspection target list for joint audit team, joint investigation target list for joint investigation team, joint intelligence target list for joint intelligence team, joint collection activity target list for joint collection team. Based on their target list, each team will do the execution which can be done by their own or in parallel with other team. Other than the SB, the output from collective analysis also being used for joint business process and IT activities. The last program, Second Man, is a supporting program with purpose in increasing comprehension of business process, regulation, organization, culture, as well as developing case building inside Ministry of Finance. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, in line with our theme today about enhancing the exchanging of information between custom and tax authority to improve tax compliance, this slide shows the type of data that been exchanged with DGCA, DG Custom and Excise, and with other units, as well as the output produced from this exchange. In accordance to policy direction in DG Custom and Excise regarding information and communication technology, which is developing a centralized information system that integrate all business process into one CESA, Custom and Excise Information and Automation 4.0 system. Data sourced from internal such import, export, manifest, laboratory test result, etc., as well as from external such as incomes, tax report, and financial statement are data elements that we maintain to utilize in joint program activities. Other than being utilized for joint program, this data also used by DG Custom and Excise to develop analyzing tools such as Smart Post Clearance Control or Smart PCC, Integrated Analyzing System or SAT dashboard and confirmation on taxpayer status to support auto-blocking system mechanism. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, in this slide, we would like to explain more about two joint program activities, which are joint audit and joint analysis. Joint audit, according to Ministry of Finance Decree number 210, is an activity conducted together by DGCE, DG Custom and Excise, and DigiTax, as well as other units under or offsite Ministry of Finance, including tax examination, custom and or excise audit conducted together by tax examiners and custom and excise auditors to taxpayer or auditee that is conducted according to applicable guidelines. Meanwhile, joint analysis is a synergy of analytical activities conducted by Directorate General Custom and Excise, DigiTax, and DigiBudget simultaneously to examine taxpayer compliance degree in taxation field, custom and excise field, and or non-tax revenue to improve their compliance and optimize state revenue. Next, please. Now the joint audit. The implication of joint audit can be done in both central office and regional office. In central office, it is conducted by Directorate of Custom and Excise Audit, Directorate of Tax Audit and Collection, Large Taxpayers Regional Tax Office, and Special Jakarta Regional Tax Office. Meanwhile, for Regional Office of Custom is conducted in 6 zones, which are North Sumatra, Banten, Jakarta, West Java, Central Java, and Yogyakarta, and East Java. Joint audit activities, especially in Central Office, are focused on several main themes, including excise, liquor and tobacco product, natural resource, shipping company, special commodities such as gold, export and import, and other themes based on recommendation. These activities are conducted towards joint audit objects, which are taxpayers, custom and excise service users, and non-tax revenue payers that have been appointed by Reform Synergy Program Implementation Committee. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, this slide is an illustrator of overall business process in joint audit. It started from the forming of joint audit team, which consists of expert officers from both DG Custom and Excise and DG Tax. Then before joint audit assignment later, themes for the examination have been agreed by DG Custom and Excise and DG Tax and approved by Reform Synergy Program Implementation Committee. Joint audit has different examination period based on the subject. Tax examination can inspect up to 1 tax year, meanwhile custom and excise examination can inspect up to 2 years transaction. The execution itself has to be conducted maximum 6 months after letter of assignment have been received by taxpayer and can be extended up to 2 months. Secondly, or in case of distinctive findings such as transfer pricing, maximum 12 months letter of assignment have been received by taxpayers. Next slide, please. Distinguished participants, colleagues and friends, this slide shows you joint audit achievement until the last of December 2021 in the correspond to its performance indicators. Our performance target in Q4 2021 was 88%, and we were able to achieve 83.91%. Also, we would like to inform you that since 2015 until 2021, joint audit have collected around 5.7 trillion rupiahs of state revenue. It proved that the implementation of joint audit have been able to meet Minister of Finance expectation in terms of state revenue optimization. Next. In this slide, we can see more detail about data analyzing tool output of DG Custom and Excise. The first one is Smart PCC, which is a risk analysis and targeting management system used to strengthen post-clearance control from planning, executing, monitoring, and evaluating stage. For PCC planning stage, we have integrated analysis system or SAT, system analysis terpadu, and audit planning information system or SIRENA. For executing stage, we have audit information system or SIMAUDI and re-examination information system or SIMPUL. And for monitoring and evaluating stage, we have MONEF and QA application. Additionally, SRT dashboard have been embedded into STESA 4.0. which contain various information that can be utilized to support joint analysis and joint audit activities. There is also confirmation of taxpayer status activity that will monitor taxpayers' compliance in real time, and if there is any compliance detective, access of custom, excise, non-tax revenue activities of that particular taxpayer will be blocked through auto-blocking system. Next slide, please. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, here in DG Custom and Excise, we have 5 pillars of control and surveillance, which are flow of goods, document, person, money, and transport. In order to support these pillars, collaboration between clearance control units in DG Custom and Excise, Directorate of Enforcement and Investigation, and Directorate of Custom and Excise Audit is needed. Several activities in this collaboration include strengthening each stage of clearance control, clear distribution of control, strengthening implementation on each stage of clearance control, evident follow-up recommendation that can only be done on each stage of clearance control, collective utilization of existing data and information. Next slide, please. In this slide, ladies and gentlemen, we can see the data collaboration and parameter synchronization between DG Custom and Excise, DG Tax, and DG Budget in joint program, which include collaboration of structured and semi-structured data. Structured data categorized by theme, variable, indicator, and trigger. Meanwhile, semi-structured data more focused on leaders' instruction and current issues such as importation with COVID-19 facilities. This data collaboration and exchange are done using host-to-host system, MOF service data system, or other agreed way while ensuring accuracy, integrity, and reliability of data and information sent. Next slide, please. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I would like to explain the advantage of this joint program for DGCA in particular. Firstly, as you can see in the first graph, there are steady increase in state revenue related to custom and excise activities from 2019 to 2021. For joint analysis alone, we have collected 187 billion rupiahs up to December 2021. Not only revenue, in the second graph, you can also see how this program affecting taxpayer compliances by the decreasing number of blocking through auto-blocking system from 2000 to 2020 to 2021. Additionally, there are also advances in business process through data exchange and collaboration between units that support the development of single profile compliant risk management so that both formal and material compliance can be optimized. Distinguished participants, that will be end of this presentation. Thank you for your attention. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Pak Desi, for your remarkable presentation that already mentioned. We can see that a lot of our program already done with the Director General of Custom and Excise presented by Pak Desi, and then he is currently in charge in kind of the joint program. So I know that some of you already have kind of question and so on, but hang on, we have time for discussion. Right now, I would like to move on to the next speaker from the Director General of Tax of the Republic of Indonesia. I have Pak Imam Arifin. Very good morning, sir. Pak Imam, are you there?
Morning, Pak Heru. My voice is
Yes.
okay.
Yes, very clear. Selamat pagi, Pak.
Selamat pagi.
Okay. So before giving to Mr. Imam for the presentation, I'd like to read the CV from Pak Imam Arifin. Mr. Imam Arifin was born in Grobogan, 27 June on 1997. He has the educational background. He's graduated from the Bogor Agriculture Institute in 1991, and then followed by the Magister of Arts in Development Economic from the International University of Japan in Niigata in 2000. And then he also followed by has the doctorate from the Gajah Mada University in 2013. And also Mr. Imam Arifin has the professional background. He started his career with staff at the Director General of Tax Headquarters in 1992. And then he also head of the South and Central Kalimantan Regional Tax Office 2019 until 2018. And he also head of the South Sumatra and Bangka Belitung Island Regional Tax Office in 2018. And currently, right now, Mr. Imam Arifin is the director of the Directorate Transformation of Business Process starting from 2021 until now. Okay, that's all the CV from Mr. Imam Arifin. Mr. Imam Arifin, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you, Pak Heru, for the complete introduction. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Before I present my view, first of all, I want to thanks to Pusdiklat BC, Custom Excise Education and Training Center for giving me a chance to contribute to this excellent seminar. I hope Pusdiklat BC and also BPK, Financial Education and Training Agency, more success in the future and serving as a corporate university for the Ministry of Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding with my presentation, I just need to mention that this part is as a completion of the Mr. Desi presentation. So in terms of the point of view of Digitech, we want to show the benefit of the joint program between Digitech and DG Custom Excise and also DG Budget. Please come to slide page 2. Next, thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday Pak Darto, as a Chief Officer CTO, already mentioned about the joint program scope and also definition. Joint business process and IT is alignment of business process and information between Digitech and also DGCA, and purpose to enhance services to taxpayer and increase the quality of supervision. Of course, to get the purpose, we from Digitech and DGCA make some cooperation, some discussion. So before I continue my presentation, I want to acknowledgement and give my appreciation to our counterpart from DGCA, Pak Agus Sudarmadi, Director of Custom and Excise Information, and Pak Untung Basuki, Director of Custom Facility, and also my counterpart in Digitech, Pak Andriono, Director of Technology of Information and Communication. So we, four of us, have several time, several discussion to implement this joint business process, and now I want to present some achievement in the 2021 from the perspective of joint business process and IT. Yesterday, Pak Darto mentioned about there are 7 activities in the joint business process and IT. But I just want to mention about 3 of them, which is one is pre-populated PIB, second is populated CK1 document, and third is populated PIB. I want explain in detail in the next slide. Please come to slide number 4, page 4. Ladies and gentlemen, pre-populated PIB or export declaration for value-added tax return. The definition is in our regulation, every taxable entrepreneur, we call it PKP, pengusaha kena pajak. Every month they have to submit VAT refund using A1 form. Before this implementation of the pre-populated PIB, the taxable entrepreneur, they need to fill this form by themselves. So they have to fill the taxpayer identification number, the amount of the transaction value, something like this. And after the populated PIB, we provided this data that we gather from the data that they submitted to the DGCA office. So the definition of this initiative is provision of PIB pre-populated, which is equated with the tax invoice when reporting VAT return. Objective of this initiative, as already mentioned also by Pak Desi, first is to enhancing convenience of taxable entrepreneur and reporting PIB exported declaration and VAT return. And from the perspective of tax office, it will increase the compliance, and also for the taxpayer, it will reducing the amount of unreported export declaration, because if they forget to filling the VAT return, we have data about the export declaration had already submitted to the custom office, so we can send a kind of reminding letter to them. Before we implementing from the national office, because we have a kind of 350 tax office in Indonesia, we do some pilot project starting in the November 2020. We asked for the 10 taxable entrepreneur to filling using this initiative, and we continue with the second piloting phase in September 2021. Total piloting is about 160 taxable entrepreneur. They basically businessmen who are also doing business in export import. As mentioned by Pak Desi, data sources, we do data exchange between DigiTech and DGCE through host-to-host mechanism in developing pre-populated feature. And as achievement of this joint business business process and IT, we implemented nationally in November 1st in 2021. This is achievement from the prepulated of export declaration. Now come to the slide number 7. Please, slide number 7. Okay, thank you. Now I want to explain quite detail about the prepulated for the CK1 and VAT return. CK1 is a form that using by the entrepreneur who doing business and transaction of tobacco product when they have to report to the custom office. So after they report the CK1 document to the custom and excise tax custom and excise office, that data will send to the our tax system in headquarter, and we will use that data to be provision prepulated, which is equated with the tax invoice to reporting VAT return filing by the taxable entrepreneur who doing business and related with the tobacco product. So basically, it's the same with the prepulated for the export document. Objective is also the same, to increase the service, because the taxable entrepreneur do not need to make a kind of filling the form twice, or to eliminating the error type. And also the important is to increase the compliance, reducing the amount of unreported document by taxable entrepreneur. So it means that after tax office receive the data from the custom and excise office, so we can monitor whether the taxable entrepreneur submit or filling their VAT return or not. If they are not filling the VAT return, so we will send kind of reminding letter, so they will have a chance to refiling the VAT return. Progress of this initiative, we start with piloting prepulated CK1 in December 2020, and we continue in piloting the second piloting in May 2020, and the final piloting is conducted on September 2020 with a total piloting for 143 taxable entrepreneur and the 9 tax office. I need to mention that because the entrepreneur who doing business related with the tobacco is not happen in all Indonesian area. This only basically conducted in some area, especially in Java and some of Sumatra. Data source is the same, like already Pak Desi mentioned. Data exchange between Digitech and DGCA through cost-to-us mechanism and developing prepulated feature. And the achievement we already implemented for the national scheme in November 1st in 2021 together with the prepulated export document. This is the second initiative that already finished, and now we come to the third initiative, which is about prepulated import document. Please come to the slide number 10. The definition is almost the same. When the taxable entrepreneur who doing import business want to reporting the VAT return, filling the form 1111 B1 form, we provided some data that coming from the DGCA receive from when they submit import document to the custom excise office. Objective is also the same, to increase the services and also maximize the compliance of the taxpayer. And this is about the progress. We already implemented this PIB populated start piloting in February 2020 with for PKP taxable entrepreneur, and the second piloting is June 20 with 27 taxable entrepreneur, and the piloting third in August 20, and the last piloting is in September 20 with 5,455 taxable entrepreneur. Data source is the same, acting between DJP and DJCA through host-to-host mechanism in developing proprietary feature. And achievement, we already implemented this nationally in October 2020. So this is basically the achievement of our joint business program and IT in perspective of tax office, that we already gain some benefit. Yeah, we come to the slide 12. We already make some evaluation, ask from the some taxpayer about the opinion, and here's some result. From the taxpayer perspective, first, generally the implementation is running smoothly. It means that they can use the pre-populated import document. This is only for import document, because for the export document and CK1, we not yet conduct the evaluation. Number two, less time consuming and uploading export document. It means that because the data that they needed to submit VAT return is already provided in the dashboard in the computer, so they just make two choices. If the data pre-pop come up from the computer is already same with the data that they want to submit in the filing VAT return, so they just agree and click, and the data we submit as a VAT return. And the second, if they think that the data is not the same, it means that there will be some different in amount, quantity, or amount in payment, or amount in prices. They can come to the second choices. They can make adjustment. We call it key in. So it means that even though we do in the populated system, taxpayer still can make adjustment if there is some different data coming from the pre-pop we provided in the system with the data that they had or they come because they just make adjustment from the under activity. It means that when they doing import, maybe some regulation in import is different with the final transaction. So if they make adjustment in the import document data, so they also need to make the adjustment when they filing VAT return. And perspective of taxpayer in number three, pre-populated import data menu is used conventionally. In perspective of tax office, of course, by using the data gathered from the custom and excise office, we have we call it data pembanding. Data pembanding means that we have another data to do a supervision of the uh, uh, to the tax to the return filing by the taxpayer. So if we find that there is different, so we can do our supervision action. Firstly, we can reminding to the taxpayer by sending the letter, and of course, if they are not comply, we can do some law enforcement action further, like audit or something like this. The last slide, this is the summary of the what our achievement in the pre-pop. Almost the same from the 3 pre-pop: export document, CK1 document, and import document. This scheme compare before and between after the pre-populated initiative. Before the implementing of pre-pop, businessman, which is taxable entrepreneur, when they do business related with the import, export, or production or selling of a tobacco product, they will come to the custom and excise office to report their document. And after that, they also have to come to the KPP, which is a tax office, to filing VAT return. Between these two offices, DGPC is a DG Custom and Excise, and also KPP tax office, completely are not communication, and we didn't do the same management of this data. So of course, what the businessman report to the custom and excise office and what they report to the tax office, we never understand whether it's the same or maybe completely different. After the implementation of pre-populated data, now the scheme is come like this. The taxable entrepreneur, businessman, once he or she send the data, which is export document or CK1 document or import document to the custom and excise office, using the host-to-host scheme, this data will go through to the tax office, and by the tax office, our system, this data will made as stipulated for the VAT return. So when businessman or taxable entrepreneur want to filing the VAT return, when they open, they have to filing online. When they filing, when they open the application, the menu, after entering the taxpayer identification number, we call it NPWP. Pak Darto yesterday mentioned that some for some taxpayer it will replace by in the citizen identification number. When they enter this number, so system will provide data that already stored in the system. So taxpayer can choose that I already mentioned 2 options. If the data provided by the tax administration system is the same with the data that they want to report in the VAT return, so they just click enter, so they finish the submitting VAT return. But if the data is not correct, because maybe they cancel or they make some adjustment in the import or export or in the JK1 document, so they can do, we call it key in. So they have to fill in the tax return by using the correct data that they gather. So it means that if they choose the first option, of course, process in the filing of tax return is very simple for them because they just open the application and checking whether the data already stipulated in the system is the same with they want to submit as a VAT return. So they just click agree, and they finish doing the application to filling the VAT return in every month. And for the perspective of tax office, of course, this process make us very easy and make some supervision and make to evaluate whether the taxpayers is already submitting their data correctly or not. We already make some analysis for this activity. According to our dashboard, there are still some different between the amount of transaction and values of transaction that reported to the custom and excise, and also reported to the tax offices as a VAT return. Now we still make some evaluation, but some of them is also coming from the different of the treatment. According to the VAT rule in our domestic regulation, taxpayer who has obligation to filing the tax return is only taxpayer who categorized as taxable entrepreneur, which is the categorized of taxable entrepreneurs is for the entrepreneur that they make transaction about the taxable good, and then secondly their omset is past the some limitation. For now, the limit is about 4.8 billion rupiah. So for the entrepreneur who has only small omset, like small and micro entrepreneur, they don't have obligation to submit the VAT return. In this case, maybe some area that we have to supervise, evaluate. So we believe in the future from this scheme of the PREPOP, export document, CK1 document, and also import document, we can do our function in the tax office, supervise, and also conducting law enforcement more effectively. And of course, this is constitute to the what Pak Desi mentioned. This is complies the purpose of the joint program in terms of increasing our state budget and securing our policy expenditure of and finance the government expenditure. So this is what the end of my presentation. Thank you. I'm sorry, maybe there is some mistake in my spelling, but I'm sure you understand what I want to present. Thank you. Time is yours, Pak Eri. Pak Eru, I'm finished. Time is yours. You still unmute, Pak Eru.
Thank you, sir, for your kind of the detailed presentation. I can summarize that already mentioned by Mr. Imam, that he more detail how to comparing the data between the custom and tax. For example, we comparing the importation data and also comparing the tax data. We call the equalization, and also to comparing the excise data, which area is very interesting in terms of the tax regulation and so on. So I think before continuing with the session of discussion, I also like to inform of you, the participant, that actually under the ASEAN Working Group, we call it the SPCD number 8, strategic plan for custom development. We also promote kind of the cooperation between custom and tax, and then we're very happy I do appreciate to all the 10 ASEAN member states that already finished with the kind of the questionnaire that they say that it's very important to promote the kind of the cooperation between custom and tax. Okay, I think right now we are moving to the next agenda for the discussion. So committee, can you help me? Is there any question there from the chat box or raise hand? Okay.
Sekolah.
Yes, thank you. This is question from
Sekolah.
Pak Rudi to Pak Desi and Pak Imam. To minimize the risk in joint program, is it possible to make data centralized under Ministry of Finance, not separately in every directorate? So I think I'm giving the opportunity to Pak Imam. Probably you can answer the question, or probably you can more have a discussion related with this question. Pak Imam, the time is yours. Committee, please help Mr. Imam for the microphone.
Okay.
Okay,
Now
thank you,
I
sir.
can unmute. Thank
Yes.
you, Pak Heru. Thank you, Pak Rudi. I agree with the view of Pak Rudi. So to make effectiveness in using data, maybe in the future we need to conduct manage data in the one thumb, so every institution can utilisasi according to their need. Until the data is very clear with the metadata, we call it. Data is consists of the maybe some aspect. So I think every institution can efficiently use the data according to their need. In terms of tax administration, we of course we need all the data related with the taxpayer, and because the taxpayer is conducting the business or the activity is related with every aspect in the daily life, of course the more the data provided, so the more effective tax officer can doing their supervision and also make audit or something like this. So basically we agree and support. Hopefully the more soon this kind of integrated data management is provided, the more efficient, the more effective tax office can increase the compliance of the taxpayer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Pak Imam, for your answer. So I think also okay, I think it's okay. Finish. Also the question from Pak Imam also, right? Am I right? It means that
Yes,
Pak
right.
Imam to Pak Imam. Okay, are you okay with the answer from Mr. Imam, sir?
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Heru. Good morning,
Okay.
Pak Desi and Pak Imam. I am Imam Triyogi. I am from Surabaya Tech Office, Pak. Okay, I have two questions. The first
Okay.
question is, MOF have a very much data information from exchange data from custom, from tax, from budget, and other institution. But like challenge is a big data analysis issue. How MOF handle this challenge? Because we have a very big data. So the first question is how MOF handle this challenge. The second question is, as we know, in our future, digital, metaverse, blockchain economy model will change the world economy. So how MOF anticipate this issue specifically from business process perspective? This is the second question. Okay, that's all my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Imam from Surabaya, right? You're
yes, right.
Yes, I think your question number one already answered by Mr. Imam, the speaker. So I think the follow with the second question to a speaker, Mr. Imam, that actually Imam concerning about the digital economic or quite current issue, to be honest, and then probably quite hard, not only happen in Indonesia. You know that the all the world is related right now, very concerning about the digital economic issue. So I think I'm giving the time to you, Pak Imam, Mr. Director, to the answer the question number 2.
Thanks, Pak Heru. Thanks, Pak Imam ya from Surabaya Tax Office. I'm happy having you in this organization with concern about what we have to do in the future relating with. Yeah, I agree with you that there are many data. Yeah, we call it a big data that consists of everything. As a tax officer, a part of the Ministry of Finance, relating with our job, tax officer responsibility. First, we have to study and understand very well about how we can maximize the utilization of data by understanding very well about what is related with the tax purposes. The concern of the tax office is we can correlated every data with the tax object of every taxpayer. So if we can correlate this data, of course we can utilize every data provided in the big data in terms of to success the revenue for the tax purposes. So what I mean is, firstly, we can learn how is the tax object defined and related with the transaction, related with, now we deal with the online services, online business, that in our domestic regulation, we also find that there is still some room that we have to improve our role, our domestic regulation to get this data as our tax object. So I mean, we still have some homework to deal with this, but I'm sure in the next future with our millennial worker like Pak Imam, we confirm I'm confident that next time we can increase our tax revenue by optimize this identifying what every tax object that we can use our IT to collect them, and of course by using or by maximize utilization the big data they already now provided in many places. So I think Minister of Finance in the future can focus on that area. This is my view. I'm sorry if I'm not precisely answering the question. Thanks, Pak Heru.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Imam. And then I also invited Pak Desi, the director from the Regional of Custom and Excise, to maybe also have a answer related with the question number 2. Pak Desi, the time is yours.
Baik, Pak Heru. Thank you, Pak Heru. Pak Imam, related to your question, I believe that we in DG Custom already defined in slide number 8 and number 13. So in the slide number 7, slide number 7. So we try to show that the type of data and the big how big data is bear in our handling. So our big data risk mitigate that the risk by doing several things. We are committed to maintaining data confidentially. Data exchange is carried out automatically with encrypted technology, and only authorized employee can access this data. and between tax and custom authorities in Indonesia continuously make adjustment to variable indicators and triggers in the context of improvement and sharpening in targeting. And I agree with you, Pak Imam, that we are laying on big data. So we have to use it, we have to improve it, and then we have the sharpening. And then this is kind of that why we explain in slide number 13, data collaborative of DG Custom and Excise. So in custom, we have business, what we call is on clearance and off post clearance. Before clearance, we have such of data integration by handling managed by Directorate of Enforcement and Investigation, support by the Directorate of Information, Custom and Excise. So is data is more like CNTC. CNTC is abbreviation from the Custom National Custom Narcotic Targeting Center. And then this is one of the kind that we use to use those data to make targeting. And then based on the 5 control pillars in DGCA, in which that data is come from the slide number 7 that we can determine from the goods, documents, process, and money and transport. So in our system, we call that post-clearance control, that Directorate Custom and Excise and Audit will make such integrated analysis system, analysis dashboard, CIMAUDI system, information of audit and examination, re-examination. So those kind of the data we will use it. So the way of the importance of cooperation and data exchange between tax and custom authorities, so that they can identify tax planning effort, tax fraud, the level of formal and material compliance by certain company. So we believe that we will use the data with integrity. Thank you, Pak Imam.
Thank you, Pak Desi. I think it's very, very clear, sir. Thank you very much for kind of the explanation. So I'd like to move on to the next question. Probably, may I invite Mr. Gideon? Are you there, Mr. Gideon? My colleague from Singapore,
Yes.
right? Okay. Very good morning, sir, in Singapore. How are you today?
Singapore, Thailand, Bangkok.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You're from Thailand, Bangkok. Okay.
Yeah.
It's
I work
probably
from,
almost the same time with Jakarta time, right?
yeah.
Okay. Okay. So you may directly can say your question, sir. The time is yours, Mr. Gideon.
Yeah. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to ask. Currently, I work for ROCBAP in Bangkok, Thailand, with Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto, the key speaker. Anyway, thank you. I only want to get more practical question to Mr. Desi about the joint audit. In fact, people stationed here in Bangkok, Thailand, I also work for Korea Customs Service as a PCA team leader over 10 years. I had many issues about transfer price and custom valuation. How to harmonize that kind of a process? As we already know, the perspective of the two methodology, customs valuation and transfer price, is a quite opposite way, like yesterday's Melinda lecture from the OECD. In that case, from the joint audit, tax officer can think based on their transfer price policy and study, they can reconsider about the relevant or properness of the transfer price of the imported good. But finally, they decided the imported goods price as a transfer price. But on the other hand, customs point of view, in the clearance procedures, we can check that declare the price. So we can compare declare the price and transfer price. If the transfer price is higher than declare the price, then can customs respect the transfer price as the custom value of imported goods? So it means that customs can increase the price of the imported goods as a customs duty. It means that for the customs, we can collect more duty for this joint audit. So in Korea, even we also have a MOU between customs and tax, but it is quite difficult to practical purpose to implement. So I finally want to know in Indonesian practice how to deal with this kind of different perspective in detail in practical step. That is my original question for Mr. DC, as your long career.
Okay, Gideon, thank you very much. I can see that the point that you are comparing kind of the data, right? The differences between the price in terms of the custom, right? And then the price in terms of the transfer pricing. Okay, so I
Yes.
think should be Mr. Desi will be answer your question. Pak Desi, the time is yours, sir.
Thank you, Pak Gideon. So this is transfer pricing is about the most difficulties problem in customs. So I agree what you have done in Korea. So in Indonesia, we use, as you said that before, that WCO custom valuation and the regulation of the Ministry of Finance related to custom value of calculating import duties. So that's how we agree with you. Custom authorities, we also test the fairness of the custom value notification notified by importers in the import documents. And if the test result conclude that the transaction of value requirement are not met, then the custom value will be determined based on the method other than the hierarchy transaction value method. In the implementation of the joint audit, this will be informed to the tax examination to be referenced for later action in accordance with regulation in the taxation aspect. So, Pak Gideon, from this term for the transfer pricing in our to deal with the imported goods, so we will send message to our colleague from the tax office. This is have something that we have to do with the tax, whether this imported goods is being undervalued or overvalued. So we, in a perspective of custom, we will treat it as the custom value is fair. So then for the transfer pricing, that's made, it will conduct more examination by the tax office officer. So that's my question, Pak Heru. Pak Gideon, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So back to you, Pak Gideon. Is there any question there?
Thank you for
Mr.
your reply. Yeah, so it means that customs and tax itself is a good cooperation is very important. But I think for the Indonesian case also the reform is also started very new. So I think there are not so many cases like my question, but
Yes.
in the future, if we have this kind of workshop again, then why don't we have this kind of more practical case study is more important for the customs officers. Yeah.
Yes.
So in higher level hierarchy point of view, the data exchange itself is also important, but this is a high level. But in the practical way, field audit team or field officer also have a checked transaction by transaction, so they don't have any guideline or result. Then it's quite difficult to decide how to decide the custom value in terms of the transfer price. So in the near future, we hope to make this kind of practical workshop together. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. Probably I also invited Mr. Imam from the tax. Do you want to have kind of the additional from the to Pak Gideon, please, Pak Imam, in terms of the transfer pricing?
Thank you, Pak Heru. I agree with Pak Desi and Pak Gideon. The last thing that issued by Pak Gideon, I very appreciate and agree. Maybe the issue of the transfer pricing and how we both of us and Digitech and also DG Custom Excise deal with this issue. There are some voices.
It's okay, sir.
I think this issue is also happen in not only in Indonesia but in many tax administration and also custom administration. So it relating with our domestic regulation also. I agree with Pak Gideon. I propose that this is it will be a specific course running from this idea, this topic, so we can learn and compare what kind of other authority deal with this issue. This is just my view and my opinion. Thank you, Pak Heru.
Thank you, Mr. Imam. And just also, I just small addition to you, Gideon, that to be honest, if we're talking about custom valuation, remember that we back to the Article 7 GATT, right? And then they have a kind of the kind of methodology should be hierarchy. If we're talking about transfer pricing, we're not back to the GATT, but be back to the OECD. They have 5 methods of transfer pricing. Compare and control pricing, C+ method, resale plus method, TNMM method, and so split method. And then the point is the most appropriate method. So it's mean that can jump to the method number 2 or number 4. So I think this is my small addition. So I think thank you, Pak Gideon, for your question.
Okay,
and then,
thank you.
Yes, you too. Stay safe also, Pak Gideon.
Yeah.
Back
Bye.
to the
Hello.
committee, is there any more question from the chat box or?
Hello.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Hello. May I have an idea about transfer pricing, please? Hello.
Pardon. Yes, Pak Tor. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead, sir.
Thank
Go ahead,
you. I am Mr. Torang from GSS. Yes, I am management consulting. Thank you for there is a chance for me because as a management consulting and I have an experience about an audit for a multinational company. I think as a fairly many company make an adjustment, even a debit note or credit note to avoid tax. Yes, I don't say what is the client. Yes, but I think in my opinion, custom and tax will be collaborate about the transfer pricing, because if we only use as a hello.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Hello?
I can hear you. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, because if we only use ILP arm length procedural, many I think it is not fairly. I think yes, because many foreign company look at more on the book recording, and I think as auditors, but even it is overseas or local auditor, they are not fairly about financial report that report in income tax return. So for the transfer pricing issue, I think the custom will more penetrate and collaborate with the tax to avoid many loopholes. I think yes, many loopholes. If only to see LP arm length and to see the same margin with a comparative business, I think it is not fair. So it is my question. It is my not question. It is my advice or
Okay.
it is my suggestion.
Yes.
If a custom more collaborate with tax.
Okay.
It is my opinion. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you very much for your opinion. That's very, very useful. Okay, back to the committee, please. For the next question. Committee, please share the question. Committee. Okay, thank you. So this is the question from Mira. In some condition, the potential revenue for one institution means a threat for the other, for even both. For example, the information about the new potential taxpayer from Director General Custom and Excise to Director General Tax could threaten Director General Custom and Excise potential revenue itself, because the more tax should be paid by the company, the more burdensome for the company. How custom and tax handle this issue? So I think I will giving the time to Pak Desi first, related with this question, Pak Desi. Pak Desi, the time is yours, related with the kind of the issue.
Thank you, Pak Heru. I try to digest the information first. However, now when we have or we treat the auditing with our system, so I believe that our target, our treat with fair, so nobody will hurt with our audit, because before we have go to target our auditing. So we have several data and then several information, so we can conduct the information, and then we will go to the audit first, and then make some entry meeting, and then we make some discussion, most likely the business process, and then data incorporate this company. So the problem itself will be minimized. Then thank you for the input of this Bu Mira information. We will take care of our auditing. Thank you, Pak Heru.
Thank you, sir, for the answer, and also giving time to Pak Imam, related also still with the Bu Mira. Pak Imam, do you have any opinion, Pak? The time is yours, sir. Committee, please unmute Pak Imam. Committee.
Okay.
Helping him. Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead, sir. The time is yours.
Okay. Thank you. If I'm not mistranslate from the Bu Mira question, so resulting from the joint program, how if the one institution increase their revenue, it will be a kind of threat for the other institution or not. If there is the question, my view is in this joint program, of course, between these two institutions, there's a domestic regulation itself. It's mean that according to each regulation, so if we uh, uh, maximize the supervision and resulted the increase in the revenue, this increase in revenue is in terms of the obligation to the tax matter. Of course, it will also impact on the increasing in the second party because the the amount of the taxable object is increased. But this is the issue. In my view, now since the tax compliant or maybe custom compliant, I'm sure about that custom. According to the tax compliant, now we think that we still some problem and some space to increase this compliance. So in my view, this joint program, if the resulted is can increase the tax revenue and hopefully also in the custom revenue, I think this is the normal issue. The thing is, if this is maybe impact on the business activity or taxpayer perspective and some space, maybe they need to think that maybe in some before this activity conducted, maybe the compliance of the taxpayer are not good enough. When in the case of my presentation, when we use data from import document collected in the custom excise tax office as a benchmark of the supervise the amount of the VAT return, we distinguish that there are some tax payer underreported for the VAT return. So in that case, of course, we make some adjustment. We ask them to readjust and something like this. So I think the increase of the tax revenue coming from this activity is just a normal way. And it's right for the government because it already stipulated in the regulation. So maybe this time I can use this. I will use this opportunity to inform the taxpayer because now tax office and custom and excise tax already make a joint data, utilization data, and also services. Maybe it's time for the taxpayer start to increase their compliance gitu. You might think that you have to submit the correct data to the custom and also the correct data with to the tax office because in the end of the day, we tax office and tax custom a custom office will synchronize this data, equalize this data. So if you send the data in the and not in the same amount, the most probably there is some penalty if we found some kind of fraud in the filing VAT refund. This is just my view. Thank you, Pairu.
Thank you, sir. Very clear. Okay, then let's move on to the next question. Committee, please share the question. Yes, right now we have a question from Pak Ahmad probably to Pak Imam and Pak Desi. How is the custom and tax handling the non-technical obstacles such as a difference of organization culture? I think it's already mentioned by Pak Dato yesterday, but giving the time to, I think to Pak Imam first. Pak Imam, please again, Pak.
Thank you, Pairu.
Yes.
I think this issue is very applicable. Yeah, I
Mhm.
and Pak Desi know very well. Um, my friend and head of a regional office in DG Tech and also DG Custom Excise also they know very well. But we have to realize that this is two different uh, organization, even though we are in the same Ministry of Finance. So I will restate what Pak Norisan said this morning. When we conduct a joint program between the two institutions, we might think that we have to preparing for the staff to understanding other side of the culture of the business process, maybe IT. In my experience, when we implemented the pre-pop PAB, PIP, and CK1, the scheme is very simple. But how we succeed to implement it nationally is hard working. I have to make discussion with my counterpart Pak Agus and Pak Untung Basuki in custom office. It's very frequently because the data itself, we look at in the different side from the tax office. We look at this is a real the data and the containing every effort to get the sellers or something like this. Maybe I will call it in the custom think about the other side. I what I mean is to come to the effectiveness in this joint program. Of course, all of us have to understanding the culture, and I suppose, and I agree with the Pak Norisan this morning mentioned, we need to sit together, learn together, and I already discussed with Pak Mulyo this morning that I think Pusdiklat BC, also Pusdikat Pajak, Tax Training Center, and Custom Excise, Excise Training Center, they can provide some class for both of us, tax official and custom official, to learn together about the process business, the culture. So if they have the same emotional feeling, I think we have no problem with this activity, and I think the result will be much better. This is my opinion. Thanks, Pak Heru.
Thank you, Pak Imam, and also invite also Pak Desi also, sir. Could you make the view of the custom, please, Pak Desi?
Thank you, Pak Heru. So, Pak Ahmad, regarding your question, this is among two kind of different organization cultures. If we just think things are difficult, but if we sit together, we learn together, and we communicate together, like Pak Imam said, it is quite challenging. But what is challenging is if we can communicate, because not only the organization culture is different, the process business is quite different. However, since we sit together, we learn together, we get together along this joint audit, so everybody know everybody wants. So we know each other better than before. We know the business process, and then through the program, in the joint program, one is what we call a second man. So that second man is enhance our knowledge about process business and culture in our leading partners. So the partner between partners, DG Tax and DG Custom and Excise, now is know better each other. So I believe in the future, this kind of knowledge will share along with us. So I believe that this kind of difficulties is not distract us but more strengthen us to more get together. And then I believe that this is the message from not only the leaders, but also the auditors and an examinator is kind of more have know each other. So we, as you know, now our DG Tax and DG Custom is more have more communication, more like Pak Imam said, we can learn in Digitex Pusdiklat, and then sometime I teach some knowledge in the Pusdiklat Pajak, and then some of us come from Digitex office to make enhance our capability in our office for our auditor, and then they come friendly and then happily. So I believe organization culture is not an issue anymore. Thank you, Pak Heru.
Thank you, sir. Pak Desi, very clear. Yes, it's quite how a relevant topic related with the question. So I think move on to the last question, I guess. Committee, please share. The last question is from Mr. Aswar Charis. There is two questions. Question number one, how do you do data interoperability so you don't re-enter data, so you can avoid double billing? And then question number two, how to understand the validity of data related to internal security issue? Thank you. So again, I invited Pak Imam first, then followed by Pak Desi. Pak Imam, the time is yours.
Thanks, Pak Heru. I hope my senior Pak Desi will explain this more quite detailed, because instead in his slide. In terms of my view, of course, we consider about the quality of data. Say, if in we get data like in the pre-populated of export document or import document, and the time being we still make some supervision, because we also get the data from other sources. So if there is we find that this data need to clarify, of course we make some clarification. So what I want to say is, even though we have host-to-host data and data already we used to stipulate it with the taxpayer filling the VAT return, still we need to make some evaluation, some clarify about the quality of data, especially if we gather data from other sources. This is the point of view of my. Thanks, Pak Heru.
Yes, you're welcome, sir. Also, and then for the last, Pak Desi, please, your opinion, sir.
Thank you, Pak Heru. So regarding the data, as I mentioned before, that's in accordance to policy direction of Director General of Customs regarding information and communication technology, which is developing a centralized information system that integrates all business process into one JESA, Custom and Excise Information and Automation 4.0 system that are short from internal, such as import, export, manifest, laboratory test result, etc., as well as from external, such as in income tax report, financial statement, are data elements that we maintain to utilize in joint program activities. So the security of data, the integrity of data, we will maintain through the data analytic and our system. So we have the what we call and I mentioned before in the two slides number 7 and slide number 13, that the data, integrated data is we support for our analysis. So strengthen each stage of clearance control, clear distribution of control, strengthening implementation of each stage of clearance control, then evident follow-up recommendation that can only be done on each stage of clearance control, and collective utilization of existing data and information. So in this kind, I will mention that all data in our system is integrity and secure. Thank you, Pak Heru.
Thank you very much, Pak Desi, and also again, thank you very much also Pak Imam. So I think even though we still have kind of the question, but so sorry that the time is up. So I think it's almost reached the end of this session. And then I'd like to summarize our discussion this morning, that Director General of Customs and Excise and also Director General of Tax of the Republic of Indonesia already have collaboration and business process capability through Synergy program. Consists of joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigation, joint intelligence, joint collection, joint business process, and IT, and also the secondment. So I think this all the summary of discussion this morning. Once again, thank you very much, and also big applause to Pak Desi and also Pak Imam with the virtual probably. Thank you, and also thank you all the participants. But before we end of this discussion, I'd like to share one quote. I think it's quite relevant. Committee, please share the quotes. Already discussion. Yes, this is from one of the actor, the Hollywood actor, very famous, Denzel Washington, says that ease is the greatest threat to progress than hardship. It's not easy to make collaboration. It's not easy to make kind of the cooperation between custom and tax. But if it's easy, there will be no Pak Desi Arifin Shah. If it's easy, there will be no Pak Imam Arifin. Thank you to all the distinguished participants for the very active discussion, and also very big thank you to Pak Desi Arifin Shah and also Pak Imam Arifin. Thank you very much and have a great day, sir. And back to you, MC. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause virtually for Bapak Heru. What a beautiful and intelligent talks, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, thank you so much, Bapak Heru, for bringing us to a very productive session today. And see you again, sir, on the afternoon sharing session. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for our authors to present their papers. And you know what, Faiz?
What is it?
Yesterday, we already listened to and discussed 5 selected papers. And guess what? For today, there will be 3 more papers with fascinating topics that are worth to be discussed.
Oh.
And how about the rules? Following Conference Day 1, the rules for today's presentations remain the same, which means each author will be given 20 minutes to present their paper, and after the 3 authors finish their presentations, we will begin 30 minutes discussions that covers all 3 papers.
Exactly, and participants could type questions regarding the topic in the chat box on Zoom or YouTube, whichever you are joining with, or directly ask the questions on the discussion session later. For the first presentation, Riri, we would like to invite Bapak Imam Triwahyudi and Ibu Indri Rizviandiari from Directorate General of Taxes and Financial Education and Training Agency to present their paper regarding the transfer pricing, customs duties, and VAT rules in Indonesia, a lesson from Customs Tax Authority Secondment Program. Sir and Madam, you have 20 minutes to present. As a host, we would inform you later when your presentation time is only 5 minutes left. Sir, Madam, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the Master of Ceremony. I will share the screen of our presentation. Okay, is it already on the screen? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, my dear colleagues. I'm Indri Rispandiari from the Finance and Education and Training Agency, and my fellow author, Mr. Imam Triwahyudi from DG of Tax, both of us from Ministry of Finance of Indonesia. And first of all, we'd like to thank the Custom and Excise Education and Training Center for organizing this very amazing and informative event. And it is such an honor for us to be given the opportunity to present our paper. So our paper is regarding the lessons learned from customs tax secondment, and it is also highlighting several cases from transfer pricing, customs duties, and VAT rules in Indonesia. Okay, so dear colleagues, in Indonesia, tax and customs revenue are still the main resource or the main source of the state budget or the state revenue. And it was, in average, contribute to around 78% of the state revenue. So due to that importance of the tax revenue, Ministry of Finance have been continuously improved and exploring strategies to increase the potential revenue of tax and also improve the taxpayer compliance. And one of initiatives that were conducted was the Reform Synergy program that you probably already heard from the first day, and it started in 2017. So the program objective is to improve the business process by conducting first continuously improve its services, conduct effective and efficient monitoring of taxpayer compliance, enhance the law enforcement to ensure that all taxes which are legally due are or could be collected, and also the last is to optimize the tax, custom, and also non-tax revenue. And since the first day you already learned about what type of the joint program that being initiated, and today in our paper we are focusing on the secondment. Secondment is, by the definition, as you can see, it is a means of bringing a complementary expertise to a team, which enable the secondary to broaden their experience and develop knowledge and skills. This is by Garris and Piercy in 2014. And according to Ministry of Finance, joint program is exchanging officer to be directly involved in the implementation of other agencies' role and function on a specific agreed upon area. Okay. And actually the secondment is expected to provide recommendation that will be further followed up by other joint program, for example, joint analysis, joint audit, joint investigation, and etc. But however, my dear colleagues, contrary to the goals for revenue optimization, there's still some hindering factors for the achievement of the program itself. For example, as probably Mr. Desi already mentioned previously, that there's still a lack of understanding of other agencies' business process. And also Arianto and Wibowo in 2019, they found that there were still non-optimal utilization of the data exchange. For example, in another paper, Wibowo 2018, they found that there's still a different value of goods traffic transactions that were being reported. So it's a different value that being reported to the tax authority and the one that being declared to customs authority. So in order to overcome those factors, secondment was aim to improve the exchange of the information and also exchange of the knowledge transfer. So the outcomes expected from secondment is to optimize the revenue through providing a prudent recommendations for further follow-up, as I mentioned before, by joint audit, analysis, etc. And also to recommend improvement of regulation and business processes. Okay, from the types of joint program that you're already aware of, such as joint audit, joint analysis, actually there were already several papers wrote about that. But there's still limited paper that explore or wrote about secondment. That's why we consider this could be a gap in the research literature. So we aim to review the secondment program by these questions. First, our research question is to review or to know the role of secondment in enhancing the exchange of information or data between tax and customs. And our second objective is to review the role of secondment in improving the knowledge transfer on other agencies' business process. And the third, since the outcome of secondment is to provide a recommendation for other to be followed up by other joint activities. So we want to review what is the response of the both authorities, tax and customs, on the recommendation or findings from the secondment batch 2, which was conducted in South Jakarta 2. So those are our research questions. And the research method that we conducted. So the research method, this paper used the qualitative descriptive, which was mainly conducted by observation and interview that were conducted by my fellow author, Mr. Imam Tri Wahyudi, because he was one of the secondees who conducted the secondment batch 2 with the host agency office, the regional office of tax in South Jakarta 2. And the period of the study, which is also the period of the secondment itself, is between August to November 2019. And as you can see in the right hand of the slide, the background of the secondee in his team was very various. They came from very broad and rich specialties, such as there's two from customs specialists from the biggest airport in Indonesia, Soekarno-Hatta, and from the biggest port in Indonesia, Tanjung Priuk. Also, they were an excise specialist, custom enforcement officer, customs facilities, internal compliance, and also customs information service. So the framework that we use to answer the research question, first is the WCO guideline, strengthening the cooperation, exchange information, custom and tax. It is to review the exchange of information. And the second one is criteria for assessing the successful of secondment from Garish and Piercy in 2014, which will be later elaborated by my fellow author, Mr. Imam. Okay, Mr. Imam, your turn now.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Indri. Okay, good morning, excellent participants, ladies and gentlemen. In this chapter, we analyze and discuss to answer research question, as explained by Idris Vandiari. The first question is, what is the role of secondment in enhancing the exchange data? Our framework was based on WCO 2016, and we modify into 7 enabler indicators. The first indicator, political will and executive commitment. The commitment and involvement of head of each authority will provide credibility of the program and ensure the official about the important and sustainability of the program. In this secondment program, top management both authority was very enthusiastic and having a strong commitment to support by providing brief training, provided permission for secondary to fully join secondment, and they also monitor progress and achievement. The second indicator, legal framework. Both authorities have specific regulation to clearly ensure the confidentiality of exchange data, and its limited use only for the agreed purpose. For example, a tax representative officer was given a legal authorization to access custom data, but with limited use for the agreed purpose. And the indicator, government process and resources. The program must be effectively planned and governed. Secondment program will start with forming secondary team from various custom division. So secondary had different specialties with improved knowledge of data generation, and secondary also received initial training on tax business process. The fourth indicator, cross-sectoral understanding. Each authority must be able to identify information which might be held by other authority and identify information and potential risk area that may be relevant to other authority. To enhance this understanding, can be initiated to conduct in-house training and preliminary discussion with tax officer at regional office and expert representative at tax service office. 5 indicator, IT, data confidentiality and protection. Data privacy and protection must be priority and secured by proper regulation. Therefore, access to custom data were restricted to only authorized tax officer based on their role and function. And tax officers were given different rule of conduct based on their specific role authorization level. And then 6 indicator, standardization of messaging communication protocol. Authorities have provided an efficient, effective, standardized, and harmonious ways for the exchange of information. We can conclude that there are two kind methods in messaging, push and pull. Push is periodically report, and pull is data exchange based on request. And the last indicator, data analytic. Any information exchange mechanism should be detailed with robust data analytic capability, including predictive analytic, which can identify trend, gap, risk, or modus operandi. Secondly, collaborated with regional tax office and HR to conduct in-depth joint analysis on data to find indication of potential fraud and tax evasion. Okay, this is the first research question. The second question is, what is the role of secondment in improving knowledge transfer to other government agency business process? This question is, we use framework was based on Gary's 2014 criteria for assessing the success of secondment in 3-level criteria. The first criteria is individual level. There are 2 indicators, skill development. Skill development is the extent to which secondly develop knowledge translation, facilitation, and evaluation skill. Secondly, conducted in-house training with ER in tax service office, enable the skill development for custom data analysis. And secondly, also gain new knowledge on how to assess custom compliance using tax data and then tax analysis skill point of view, which will result in recommendation to improve loophole or gap in existing regulation. And effective management of workload indicator in individual level. The extent to which secondly manage their dual role and workload demand. Secondly, were divided into 3 sub-teams to effectively share knowledge through in-house training in each service office tax. And then team working level is the extent to which secondly were integrated into the teams. Based on our observation and interview, we seen that team from the host agency was very cooperative and fully aware of the importance of synergy to enhance their performance. Various specialties background of secondary were positively contributed in driving the effectiveness of teamwork. And the last is organization level. There are 2 indicators. Achievement of the program objective by host organization. Secondment had provided several revenue potential on the host agency. Follow-up of this potential were resulted in revenue. And enhance business process delivery. Secondment team had recommended several business process improvement. Several recommendations had been followed up by the change of business process in the following year after secondment period. Okay, I will explain in detail with next slide about case study. Okay, this is about this study. Also, this is the third question, third question. What is the response or follow-up from tax custom authorities on the finding and recommendation from secondment batch 2? The first case is about transfer pricing. Secondly, found transfer pricing indication on a taxpayer, an importer of health equipment. And there are 3 indications: selling price below CIF, affiliated company transaction, and since 2013, they experienced loss statement. So, secondly, give recommendation. It needed a deep analysis by ER, and ER has to continue this follow-up. And then second recommendation, MOF should align both authority KPA, custom, and tax, because there is a different perspective. Custom mainly focus on under invoice, which is over invoice could be indication of transfer pricing. So it is important for MOF to align this KPI. And then case study B, case study on importation value-added tax. Secondly, found tax avoidance evasion by splitting the delivery of goods imported by postal or courier service to meet the minimum value criteria in order to get duty exemption by NNC marketplace platform. Secondly, recommendation were MOF should lower the minimum value as minimum as possible or abolish the value, because if MOF implement this policy, it will give equal treatment for local small medium enterprise. B, add importer information on consignment note and regulate marketplace to fill that information. And the last recommendation, MOF regulate the refill duty paid scheme as mandatory Incoterm for e-commerce that obliges marketplace provider to collect and report import duty and related tax, import tax. And follow up our current condition, in 2019, MOF issued new regulation, reducing the minimum value from 75 to 3 USD. It's a good follow up or good condition that align with our recommendation. And the last case is import duty, value added tax, and income
Mr.
tax on
Imam
digital goods.
Triwayudi,
Secondly, found that
you
the
only
harmony
have 3
system code
minutes left.
regulation which cover intangible goods had not been equipped with technical rule and conduct. For example, the payment reporting procedure and monitoring scheme has not been regulated. And because a start company had imported software via electronic transmission with significant value, but due to lack of technical regulation, the case could not be further proceeded to duty collection. Therefore, secondly, give recommendation. MOF regulate technical rule and conduct to implement the HS code regulation which cover intangible good, and MOF regulate digital platform provider that earn revenue in Indonesia to become permanent establishment. And the last recommendation is MOF regulate digital platform provider to collect value added on good transaction via electronic transmission. And how about current condition? Current condition is in October 2020, G20 OECD released a blueprint for a two-pillar solution to address the tax challenge arising from digitalization of economy. Like previous speaker, Ms. Merida Brown has explained about this two-pillar solution. And in 2020, MOF issued a regulation on value-added tax collection, MOF regulation number 48. It's a good, I think it's a good policy for this case. And the last is a conclusion and recommendation. The chapter, yeah. Conclusion based on 7 WCO enable criteria or criteria enhancing the exchange of data have been implemented and fulfilled during the secondment program in South Jakarta 2. Based on GARIS 2014 criteria, all 3-level criteria in improving knowledge transfer also have been implemented and fulfilled during secondment program. DGT and Custom had responded to several secondment case finding. For example, AR follow-up transfer pricing case indication, and Ministry of Finance policy is aligned with secondment recommendation by issued new regulation to reduce minimum value from 75 to 3, and issued a regulation about value-added tax collection procedure on good transaction via electronic transmission. The last is our recommendation. Secondment need to be conducted also at the service office level, because tax IR at service office had a broader information and experience on tax evasion modus. It will needed for more comprehensive analysis. B, MOF actively involved in the development of model legislation, multilateral convention and multilateral instrument for the implementation of the two-pillar solution coordinated by G20 or OECD. And the last secondment program need to be evaluated more comprehensively, because current evaluation, which were based on outcome finding on potential revenue only, should be complemented with other assessment tool such as which were modified by authors and incorporated in this paper using WCO framework 2016 and Gary's framework 2014. Okay, that's all our presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for Mr. Imam Tri Wahyudi and Mrs. Indri Rispiandiari for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are heading to the next agenda. The next proper presentation is the next 20 minutes. Bapak Bangkit Cahyono, Bapak Maulia Gita, and Bapak Arvin from Financial Education and Training Agency will talk about implementation derailers of Joint Investigation Program for State Revenue Optimization, RIRI. Sir, you have 20 minutes to present, and as a host, we would inform you when your presentation time is only 5 minutes left. So, sir, the time is yours.
Yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting everyone, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Very proud to be here in front of audience in this conference. Expert in the field of custom and excise here. It is an honor for me to be able to present our paper here. On this occasion, we will convey a discussion about implementation derailers of Joint Investigation Program for State Revenue Optimization. Taxes is the state revenue's primary source of use to finance state expenditures. The Directorate General of Taxes and the Directorate General of Customs and Excise are units that carry out the duties and function of revenue collectors. But each agency has limited reach in order to secure revenue. The synergy program between DGT and DGCE is a major part of the Ministry of Finance strategy in an effort to accelerate the development movement and increase national independence to encourage national economic growth, increase competitiveness, Indonesia's ease of doing business rating, and the credibility and effectiveness of state budget. The synergy between DGT and DGCE has not been optimal because there are still various derailers, which is in this research focus in implementing the Joint Investigation Program. May I see my share screen? Okay. Here is our presentation. As we mentioned earlier, one of the primary objectives of the Ministry of Finance Republic of Indonesia is to raise funds to finance the state budget. The Directorate of Custom and Excise.
Sir, I need to interrupt you for a second, please. I need to inform you that your presentation is not properly shown at the screen, so you may check again if it is shown in your screen.
I have control and this is not started yet. Just the
all right.
down.
Thank you, sir. We're so sorry.
Thank you. Which has the duties of I repeat again, the DGCE is a unit under the Ministry of Finance, which has the duties and function of the revenue collector to collect state revenues in the context of optimizing state revenues. Okay. Now, from the chart here, we can see as Ministry of Finance as revenue collector, and then the main unit is DGCE and Directorate General of Tax, DGT, which DGCE has receipt of import duties from customs, excise, and import duties, I'm sorry. As well as the DGT, they have the function of revenue collector. The state revenue optimization objective is a reflection of the function of these two units. But DGCE has a limited range in order to secure the reception. Therefore, DGT and DGCE formulated the synergy program in 2016 to close the gaps in supervision and services that are vulnerable to violations by the two agencies. The result of the hard work of the synergy between DGT and DGCE resulted in significant results at the end of 2017, which amounted to $3.86 trillion respectively. And then on June 2021, DGT and DGCE reformulated the Reformation Synergy Program to improve the Synergy Program by issuing the Minister of Finance Decision Number 210 in 2021 concerning reform synergy programs in the context of optimizing state revenue, consisting of 8 main synergy initiatives, namely joint analysis, joint audits, joint investigations, joint intelligence, joint collections, joint business process and information technology, secondment, and other reform synergy programs. The joint investigation activity is one form of the reformation synergy program. In the context of effective law enforcement on the traffic flow of goods, export or import, and excise, DGT and DGCE synergize in carrying out multi-door investigations and exchanging information and synchronizing intelligence data. Enforcement data, and investigation data in order to secure state revenues. However, the synergy between DGT and DGCE in joint investigations is not optimal due to various derailers and challenges. For example, we got this from the data. DGCE's investigation of the illegal export case carried out by the captain as a suspect with a locus delicti located in province Riau Islands and tempus delicti in 2020. While according to the provisions of the DGT, the suspects are companies that carried out export. From this example, we determine the focus difference, which is the place where the crime took place, locus delicti, the time of the occurrence of an offense or criminal act, tempus delicti, and suspects. Pursuant to this described of the background earlier, it can be formulated a problem regarding what are the derailers faced by DGT and DGCE in implementing the joint program, the joint investigation program. This study aimed to identify and describe the barriers in implement joint investigation program so that DGT and DGCE can strengthen synergies to accelerate national economic growth, increase competitiveness, rank ease of doing business in Indonesia, credibility and effectiveness of APBN. So in our paper, it is background the theoretical framework. Theoretical framework is initiated from result of interviews with CTO in 2021. Reforms initiated by DGT and DGCE by formulating joint investigation program has achieved success among others. Implementation of multi-door investigation has carried out completion of preliminary evidence examination, which resulted in additional realization of receipt with the implementation of multi-door investigation. Now, the theoretical framework, point A, background for the establishment of the Reformation Synergy Program. That right in the decision of the Minister of Finance number 210 in 2021 concerning the Reformation Synergy Program, the context of state revenue optimization is optimizing revenue is the main key to fulfilling budget sources in order to support national development policies. There is a point 2, there is a sliced business process and information between echelon 1 units of the Ministry of Finance that can be synergized in order to optimize services and supervision related to the state revenues. Number 3, potential increase in tax, custom and excise revenue and PNBP with synergy between echelon 1 units of the Ministry of Finance, ministries, institutions, local government, and other parties. Potential increase in tax revenue on government spending. Number 5, the treasurer's tax compliance has not been optimal. Number 6, the financial data of the central government and regional government is not yet integrated. And the last, there is still no single platform that provides comprehensive information and profiles of taxpayers or service users payers. Point B, from theoretical framework that background our paper is joint investigation program work plan, which is divided from 3 stages. Number 1 or A is planning stage. Number B, implementation stage, which will be structured in 7 points like shown in the slide. And number C is monitoring and evaluation stage. So in our research, we use the type of library research, which is we are analyzing the result of the study with a qualitative descriptive method. And we use data source consists of 2 points. Number 1, 3 points. Number 1 is primary data. Number 2 is secondary data. I'm sorry, just 2 points. And the secondary data is divided on primary legal material, secondary legal material, and tertiary legal material. The primary data here is from interview person from CTO Ministry of Finance and Directorate of Law Enforcement, the headquarter office of the Directorate General Taxes. Data collection technique, we use unstructured interview technique and documentation technique. And the second is data analysis technique. We use formulating research question, conduct a sampling of the data source that have been selected, creating categories used in the analysis, collecting data on a sample of documents that have been selected and coding, and items portion to certain criteria for data collection. Interpretation of the data is obtained. From this research, we have result and discussion. Point A, joint investigation success. As I first mentioned, implementation of multi-door investigation has carried out completion of preliminary evidence examination. Joint use of PPFTZ-01 data in the validation process with DGT and DGC. Preliminary evidence activities and joint case studies have been carried out. Increased prevention effort for tax and custom and excise criminal acts. And number 5, completion of joint investigation activities in 2020 and 2021. Joint investigation success will be shown as the table below the slide presentation in year 2020 and year 2021. If we look that from the number, it have decreased amount. One of the reason may be because this is a pandemic era, so the activities is not much. And crime settlement, as shown in the table below in slide presentation. So this is the data from our research. And then point B, barriers to joint investigation. The derailers faced by DGT and DGT is in implementing the joint investigation program is high complexity in the free trade zone, especially in Batam, such as the proliferation of illegal use of fast boats and small ports. Number two, the difference in focus related to the different locus, tempus, and suspects between DGCE and DGT. Number three, limitation of the research authority to examine preliminary evidence and investigate tax crime. Number four, there are different characteristics business process law. There are different characteristics business process law enforcement carried out by DGT and DGCE. And there is a possibility that the objectives of law enforcement will not be achieved. Several strategies that need to be carried out by DGT and DGCE to overcome challenges, among others, is A, PPFDZ01 data has not
Sir?
been touched by business process improvement. It is necessary to expand the pre-populated VAT period later notification attachment B2 or local purchases pursuant to PPFDZ01.
Sir, I'd like to inform you that you only have 4 minutes left. Thank you.
Thank you. In order to encourage taxpayer compliance in other places outside custom area and other strategies, maybe we could do because our limited time. I just mentioned several strategies. It is necessary to carry out a joint investigation between DGT and DGCE to improve business processes and application system to provide an early warning system. Another strategy is to arrange the tobacco products industry, and then the involvement of DGC investigator in activities of preliminary evidence examination and investigation of tax crime can be carried out with an assignment mechanism as an expert. So we come to the conclusion. Which is, as I mentioned earlier in the result and discussion. High complexity in the free trade zone. That's our conclusion from this research. And then limitation of research authority to examine preliminary evidence and investigate tax crime. Number three, differences in focus regarding locus, tempus, and suspect between DGT and DGCE. And then number four, as well as characteristics differences, business process law enforcement carried out by DGT and DGCE. That I mentioned from the examples when the Nakoda as suspects from DGCE, but not from DGT, because DGT is a company as suspects. Our recommendation is from joint investigation is to how to distribution of joint investigation activities in all regions in accordance with the local wisdom of each region. Thank you. That's, ladies and gentlemen, that's our paper presentation. Hope it is useful. This research is still preliminary research or initial research, which can be developed into the next research. We are ready to receive input and discussion for our paper, or maybe this for better future research. For our paper question and answer session later, I will be accompanied by Mr. Arvin as the author of this paper too. Thank you. The time that gave it to me. Back to the moderator.
Thank you very much, Bapak Bangkit Cahyono, Bapak Maulia Gita, and also Bapak Arvin for the presentation of implementation derailers of Joint Investigation Program for State Revenue Optimization. Ladies and gentlemen, now we are heading on the last paper presentation session. Of course, this is last but not least. So for the next 20 minutes, Bapak Aldi Pratama and Bapak Agung Darono from Financial Education and Training Agency will talk about exploring Indonesian customs and tax data using tax analysis approach. Sir, you have 20 minutes to present, As a host, we would like to inform you later when your presentation time is only 5 minutes left. So, sir, the time is yours.
Check sound. Check. Check, check. Okay, thank you for good morning, distinguished ladies and participants, ladies and gentlemen, the excellencies from the Ministry of Finance. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be an honor to be here to as presenter of this international conference on custom and tax cooperation. Thanks to the committee of this conference that already accepted our paper entitled Exploring Indonesian Custom and Tax Data Using Tax Analytic Approach by us, me, I am Agung, and Mr. Aldi Pratama. I am second co-author, and the first author is Mr. Aldi Pratama. This presentation will be divided into 4 parts. The first one is the backgrounds, and the second one is the methodology, and the third one is discussion, finding and discussion, and the last part is conclusion. I will deliver the backgrounds and objective of this research, and the rest of presentation will be delivered by Mr. Adi Pratama. Let's move to the backgrounds of the research. As we all know, and that importation tax is one of the features of the Indonesian revenue management system, and these measures or this type of kind of tax collection require good or tight collaboration between DGCE as custom authority and DGT as tax authority. And one of the most crucial aspect of this collaboration or coordination is data integration, that the objective of this data integration is to streamline administrative efforts or to reduce administrative costs, and then increase data accuracy, simplify the procedures, and reduce potential errors or violation that may arise. Then this can be achieved through a comprehensive data analytics. Data analytics in the broad sense, and we here in our paper try to specify or focus on the tax analytics. So as already done by some research, previous research, data analytic techniques might be considered in the area of custom and tax supervision. One of the techniques or procedure or approach is tax analytics. Next, please, Mas Aldi. The objective of this research is to present a conceptual and practical framework related to technological artifacts in the form of tax analytics as use case. And the second objective is to discuss how importation tax data can be analyzed using tax analytic feature that provided by a software that Power Query. And this is a software that developed by Microsoft Corporation that part of Microsoft Excel 2016 and above, or we can find it in the Microsoft Power BI desktop. And in turn, this data analysis, result of this data analysis can be further utilized for the custom and tax compliance supervision in the broader scopes. That's introduction for this paper, the objective and the background, and the rest of this presentation will be delivered by Mr. Adi Pratama. Mr. Adi Pratama, the floor is yours. Thank you very much.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to all the distinguished participants. I'm Aldi Pratama from the Indonesian Custom and Excise Education and Training Center. Thank you, Pak Agung, for starting the presentation by explaining the backgrounds and the objectives of our paper. I will continue the presentation by moving on to the methodology we use in the paper. As mentioned earlier by Mr. Agung, that this paper discusses how to utilize text analytics features in Power Query to analyze data for tax and customs supervision and law enforcement purposes. For this reason, this paper uses a design science research methodology that has objectives to design problem solving by creating ideas, practices, technical abilities, and product through the design, implementation, and use of information technology. We choose this approach because it's suitable for the research objective, which is to solve problems which are to utilize text analytics to tax and customs data for collection, supervision, law enforcement, and policy formulation purposes. The products of these methods are called artifacts, which includes constructs, methods, models, and instantiation. The last one is the one that we create in this paper. Instantiation is the implementation of constructions, models, or methods for solving real-world problems. So the working definition of text analytics in this paper is the use of Power Query to perform text analytics to tax and customs data. This paper uses Power Query as a tool, which is available as a native sub-application of Microsoft Excel version, I believe, 2013 and above, or Power BI Desktop, as explained earlier by Mr. Agung. And this tool is heuristically selected based on certain considerations. The first one is its availability. I believe Excel is commonly used as a spreadsheet or productivity tools, and I think we all agree that Excel is the most popular spreadsheet on the planet. Next is its convenience to use. Excel is a GUI, graphic user interface based application that is used on daily basis by many tax and customs officers in Indonesia. So the learning curve to learn Power Query as part of Excel will be gradual. I mean, it will be easier to learn and master. Our next consideration will be its affordability. Power Query comes free with Microsoft Excel and Power BI Desktop. And I mean, you don't need to purchase additional license to use Power Query. And the last consideration will be its features. Power Query can handle large size and multiple formats datasets, improving what a standard spreadsheet can do. It is also powered with extract, transform, and load capabilities. Due to confidentiality and simplicity, we use fictitious or dummy datasets in our use cases. The first dataset is the consignment notes data representing the importation activities. The consignment note data is mapped to the taxpayer master file to identify the owner of the goods imported. The identification of the owners or the importers is crucial in the tax environment and custom environment as well, to monitor the flow of the goods and to supervise any related tax liabilities. The second use case will explore how to utilize the text analytics feature in Power Query to general ledger data. We consider that GL or the general ledger is the most frequently faced data by the auditors during their assignment, especially in joint audits where custom and tax officers often share the same documents in performing audit procedures. And the GL data is in the most common format, representing the accounting records for one fiscal year. And we will focus our analysis on transaction description to implement tax analysis to determine any customs or tax aspect using the list of keywords that has been prepared by the auditors. And we are moving on to the main part of the paper, which is the discussion session. The previous speaker, Mr. Desi and Mr. Imam, explained that the data integration and data collaboration is crucial for the cooperation between DGCE and DGT in state revenue collection optimization. In order to integrate the data should have some kind of relationship key. However, some data doesn't have that key, so the tax analytics that we are proposing can be used. This paper focuses on the use of tax analytics in micro level, I mean in individual audit assignment level. So for those of you who are curious how tax analytics can support tax and customs supervision in individual audit assignment level, hopefully this paper can put a shed light on it. Here we present instantiations in the form of textual analysis in two use cases. In the first use case, we will use consignment data. This data represents the consignment note data that has no tax identification number of the shippers. And the second table, the right one, is the taxpayers master file table that has information related to tax administration. We perform the matching analysis between the two tables to look up for the tax identification number of the taxpayers that being analyzed. This matching process aims to identify whether the consignees of the goods are registered taxpayer and how they pay their tax. Ideally, this matching process requires a key element in the form of tax ID or NPWP. However, until July 2021, consignees who ship goods from overseas are not required to include NPWP on the consignment note. So any consignment note data from the past 5 years without any tax identification numbers can be subject to this analysis. So if there is no key element, then how custom and tax authorities perform the matching process? Customs and tax authorities can use other information such as name and address to perform the matching procedure. However, the problem is name and address tend to be inconsistent. So the general matching procedure cannot be carried out. As we know, text type data like name or address is prone to many problems like phonetic and typing errors, unstandardized inputs, and non-printable characters, and many other problems. So we need a different approach to this type of data. This condition requires us to implement a fuzzy algorithm to perform the matching process, and we call this as fuzzy matching. A fuzzy matching is a method that produces record pairs that approximately match from the two tables. And by adjusting the similarity threshold, the analyst can somewhat ignore the problems. However, it is important to note that this feature should be used with caution, because lowering the similarity threshold score means we can get more matching result, but more false positives as well. As we can see from the picture, we can use more than one column as a relationship key. In this case, we use both name and address column to reduce the false positive rate and improve the accuracy of the matching process. Fortunately, we have Power Query that has provided us with the option and let us do some adjustment to the similarity score. As you see in the picture, the first table shows matching result using exact match that gives us no result since there is no pair of records that is exactly the same. But by using fuzzy algorithm and adjusting the similarity threshold, we can get better matching result, as we can see in the table 2 and table 3. Finally, the table 4 shows the result of matching using the fuzzy algorithm with two relationship key, name and address, And we adjusted the similarity threshold, and it gives us the best result. Okay, let me continue the presentation by highlighting the second case, the second use case. In the second use case, we perform analysis to the general ledger data, which represent accounting records of the taxpayers or importers. As I described earlier, the GL is often requested by the auditors during the tax or customs post-clearance audits. So we consider that the technique can be implemented by both tax or customs auditors in joint audits. The core of this analysis is to classify any tax or customs sensitive transaction. And in the context of tax and customs audits, some application of the tax analysis by other institutions are to determine any tax implication of transaction to formulate tax reconciliation, or to automate VAT reconciliation process by matching goods description between import declaration and tax return, or to monitor tax payments related to imported goods. The analysis process begins with the activity to understand the data structure, to identify which part of the data that can be used and other parts that should be removed. From the picture, we can see that the GL data consists of some parts such as header and transaction detail. Obviously, the header parts will be removed because they do not contain any useful information. In contrast, the transaction detail is the part that is going to be extracted and transformed for further analysis. Also, in this phase, the auditor should prepare a list of keywords that are related to the auditee's business, along with the tax implication related to the keywords. The list of keywords will be used as a reference to map the transaction description in the GL, in the general ledger, to the tax implication. And the auditor can identify those keywords based on their expertise as auditors, or they can use certain common keywords that are generally used for the business in which the auditees operate. Following the identification of the data structure and the preparation of keywords, we perform the extract, transform, and load. The transformation procedure involves some activities such as specifying data types, finding and replacing certain characters, removing unused or relevant information, and so on. I will not explain the ETL process in detail, but the complete ETL process is available in our paper. So I will move on to the next slide. After the data is processed to the ETL, we perform a diagnostic analysis using the transaction description column. We map the description to the keywords that has been prepared before. This technique will result a column that contains tax or custom implication for the transaction. All the transaction that contains any keywords will be flagged or will be notified according to the tax or custom implication that are related to them. So this column will serve as a flag that points out which accounts or transaction that should be scrutinized in the terms of tax or customs implications.
We would like to inform you, sir, your presentation time.
So we have come to the end of the presentation, which is the conclusion. To put in a nutshell, we would like to put a shed light on some points. Yeah, the first one is data integration is crucial in joint analytics and joint audits performed by custom and tax officers. However,
Aldi Pratama, sir, we would like to inform you your presentation time is 5 minutes left, sir.
Thank you very much for the reminders. And the second conclusion will be tax analytics can be used as procedures to analyze any data with textual features, the data that has no relationship key, as I mentioned earlier. And it can be performed using a simple tools like Excel with its Power Query features. However, the caveats are the creation of the list of keywords as a reference can be done using stemming procedures. Yeah. I said before that the keywords in this paper are created based on the auditor's expertise, but another method is using the stemming procedures to create the list of keywords. However, the procedures are not discussed in this paper. And text analysis, I think the most popular text analysis procedure is sentiment analysis, since it's not relevant to both cases we are discussing here, so it's not discussed in our paper. And the last conclusion, the implementation of textual analysis in customs and tax audits environments includes 2 use cases in our paper. The first one is the use of fuzzy algorithm to perform matching of data that has no relationship key. And the second one is to perform diagnostic analysis to determine any customs or tax implication using transaction description in general ledger. Maybe that's the end of our presentation. I would like to say thank you so much for your attention, and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, thank you so much Bapak Aldi Pratama and Bapak Agung Darono for your presentation sessions, sir. Thank you so much. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have any question and you want to ask the author directly, please raise your hand using the feature on the Zoom.
Thank you, authors, for such an outstanding presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move to the discussion session. We will begin with the questions submitted into the chat box or Slido. We've already received a good question, I guess, and I like to please co-host to share screen the question. And I hope that the authors could prepare yourself to answer these questions, because it's like Miss Grand International, right? You only 30 seconds to answer. No, I'm just kidding. All right, this is Jaka from Slido. Why are DGCE or DJBC and DGT? All right, so this is the question. I like to repeat it from Farrell to Mr. Bangkit or Gita. According to the researcher, would you explain what are the most basic obstacles in implementing joint investigations? Mr. Bangkit or Mr. Gita, would you please to answer the question, please? Right. I'd like to repeat the questions. Mr. Bangkit and Mr. Gita, you could prepare yourself. According to the researcher, would you explain what are the most basic obstacles in implementing joint investigations? Mr. Bangkit or Mr. Gita, you ready to answer the question?
Yes. Thank you. I will. Maybe this will be Mr. Arvin to answer the question. Mr. Arvin, maybe, as a co-author of this paper. The microphone still muted.
Mr. Arvin, I'd like to inform you that your sound is still muted.
Sorry.
All right, please continue.
Okay, I will answer the question. The basic obstacle between DGT and DGCE is there are different characteristic business process law enforcement carried out by DGT and DGCE, where DGT is the past, is like a audit process, and is pursuant to previous year's transaction. And while DGCE is current, is pursuant to instantaneous events. So it's the basic obstacle about joint investigation DGT with DGCE. Thank you.
And also maybe I could adding the information that the background of law enforcement is different too, as undang-undang article of state that used to implementing law enforcement is different article. So maybe That's not the obstacle, but that is the background of why the basic obstacle, like Mr. Arvin said, is happen. I think that is our answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bangkit, and also Mr. Arvin for the answer. I hope that it's answering the question, Mr. Farrell. So we're heading to the next questions, and I would like to take the question live from the Zoom's participants. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you have a question, please raise your hand by clicking on the raise hand icon in the middle right of your screen. So let me see who raises their hand. All right, I have Mr. Thor from GSS. I'd like to invite Mr. Thor from GSS to deliver your questions, please.
Okay, I have one question. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, loud and clear, sir. So please proceed.
Okay, thank you. My question is, audit tax is very tired things with the client, with the customer. My question is, what is your effort for a psychological audit for a customer? Because audit tax need a long time, or the file will bring to the tax office, but waiting is a very long. And number two, do you drill your team about the update situation about or I see update regulation? It's mean about TP-Doc. This is a problem with my customer, even it is from foreign company. So I think PMK is not enough to cover all the TP-Doc. Yes, but do you have any suggestion about TP-Doc to make it your team so very clear and I think smart about that? So my question is, what is your effort for higher psychological for a customer, for local or international company? Because like an example, when you send an SP2DK, they are so afraid. What is your psychological effort about that? Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Thor, for the questions. For the authors, you may answer the questions by unmute your audio, please.
This is for our paper or Mr.
Yeah.
Agung?
Maybe this question for paper 1 or paper 3.
Yes. Paper 1, it
Yes,
means that we are going to
still our-
invite Mrs. Indriwis Fiandiari or other authors. Please unmute your microphone, please.
Paper 3, Mr. Aldi or Agung Darono.
All right, Mr. Aldil or Mr. Agung, would you please to answer the question? Thank you, Mr. Thor.
Yes, I would like to address the question first. Yeah, from Mr. Thor, I believe. Yeah, such a great question, Mr. Thor.
Unmute, Mr.
Yeah.
Aldi.
Yes, I already unmute my microphone. Do you hear my voice?
Proceed.
Yes, loud and
Okay,
clear.
okay. Sip. Okay, maybe Mr. Agung will add up some information, but I will first address the question from Mr. Thor. Yes, the analysis indeed needs data to increase the accuracy and the legitimacy of the analysis. Yeah, we can perform some. If the data is not available or the data is hardly available, we can use some data extraction process from the from another sources, like from web or from another sources that are available to us, as long as it allows in the law. So if for example, if we want to form a TP-Docs, we can use other data in the third-party application or third-party sources to to complement our analysis in order to get to increase the accuracy and the legitimacy of our analysis. Pak Agung, maybe you want to add up some insight to the Mr. Thor question?
No, thank you for Mas Aldi. You have answered the question, I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
I hope my answer is sufficient for you, Mr. Thor.
Is it sufficient for the question, Mr. Thor, or you want to ask for more?
No, I don't get an answer about that. My question is, how is your effort to avoid the tire psychological for an audit? That's the point. I think psychological. Kami takut, klien takut ketika di audit. What is your effort? I think it is. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Aldi or Mr. Agung, you want to elaborate your answer? Yes, please.
In my opinion, that's my personal opinion, I'm not actually I'm not an auditor, but either in tax audit or custom audit. But my paper is to some extent related with audit, especially in technical level, how to tax analytic can be used in term of tax custom officer or tax auditor when they do the field work. That's point of my that's the main focus or main point from our paper. I think that the question, I'm sorry that it's not relevant with our paper because we only focus on the technical aspect. But if you ask my opinion for these issues regarding with the psychological aspect from the audit that executed or done to a specific taxpayer, I think that both of parties, the tax auditor in the one side and the taxpayer on the other side, they have already procedure to comply. The tax auditor have their SOP, have the code of conduct. The taxpayer have already rights and obligation should be comply along the audit process. That's formally we can follow these rules, and I think as long as this code of conduct comply by both of parties, it's not there is no issues that will arise related with audit process. That's my opinion. Not really relevant with our paper actually.
Exactly. I quite agree with Mr. Agung Darono for the answers. Mr. Torres, actually, your question is not exactly on the third of the paper. So I think if all the paper presenter or the authors want to give any comment upon the question from Mr. Tor, you may have the chance to give a comment. Maybe from the first paper presentation or the second, you may give a comment.
Okay, thank you so much.
Yes, please. Okay, thank you, Mr. Tor. I hope that it's quite sufficient for you, the answer from Mr. Daron and also Mr. Aldi. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to give any other questions, please raise your hands by using a raise hand feature or icon below your screen. While waiting for the questions, Riri, I hope that every single participants could understand the paper presentation from our authors. And if you have any other questions later, maybe you could put it under the chat box or on the live YouTube if you are joining with YouTube or using a Slido, right?
Right, Faiz. And for our co-host, is there more questions for the paper presentation? Oh, I think the question is up.
The question is up, and actually maybe all participants here could understand the paper presentation quite well. So there is no more questions about or regarding the paper presentation. So I hope it's quite clear and quite useful for all of us as participants here today. Amen. And then I also want to thank others. Also want to thank all participants for the questions and for having this quite special discussion this afternoon. We will now, ladies and gentlemen, have 30 minutes break and we will be back at 1 p.m. Maybe it's like 40 minutes break. 40 minutes break. 40 minutes break, and please note that after the lunch break, we will still have a very interesting agendas in which we will explore the implementation of cooperation between customs and tax authorities in Malaysia and Russia. They're already prepared and already here in our virtual room from this morning up until this day. So make sure not to miss it.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your break.
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With 1,000,000 timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya bermegah, bermegah, bermanapun di Samangkara, bermanapun di Samangkara. Bertemu lawanlah Adinda, Adinda iman bidadara Samalaya, iman bidadara Samalaya. Sayang sifat tokaan makai go gorokan sayang sifat tokaan makai go gorokan sayang sajojo you madam ko bisa papare samuna muna keke samuna muna keke soleram anak yang manis janganlah dicium sayang kalau dicium merahlah pipinya kampunan jauh di Mato Kunwangsan saya baku liliang takkan aja kawan lamo sangke basuh yang surya.
sekalian, dengan ini menyatakan kemerdekaan Indonesia. Hal-hal yang mengenai pemindahan kekuasaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara saksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Hai Sobat Wisata, kinerja pariwisata Indonesia terus bergerak maju. Dalam 5 tahun terakhir, pencapaian Kementerian Pariwisata diakui secara nasional maupun global. Peringkat Indonesia di Travel and Tourism Competitiveness Index yang dirilis oleh World Economic Forum melesat. Peringkat 70 di tahun 2013 menjadi 40 di tahun 2019 adalah sebuah angka pencapaian yang menjadikan Indonesia semakin layak diperhitungkan. Menurut data World Travel and Tourism Council, pertumbuhan pariwisata Indonesia semakin diapresiasi. Indonesia berada di peringkat ke-9 pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di dunia. Peringkat ketiga, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia, dan peringkat pertama, pertumbuhan pariwisata tercepat di Asia Tenggara. Pertumbuhan kunjungan wisatawan Indonesia terus meningkat mencapai 12,58% di level nasional, 7,4% di level ASEAN, dan 5,6% di level global. Rata-rata pertumbuhan tahunan jumlah wisatawan mancanegara mengalami peningkatan dari 9% di periode 2009 hingga 2013 menjadi 14% pada periode 2014 hingga 2018. Selain itu, Badan Pusat Statistik merilis absolute growth pertumbuhan wisatawan mancanegara di Indonesia di periode 2014 hingga 2018 mencapai 67,6%. Branding Wonderful Indonesia semakin mendunia dengan banyaknya penghargaan yang diberikan dari berbagai negara di dunia. Tahun 2019, industri pariwisata diproyeksikan menyumbangkan devisa terbesar di Indonesia dengan target 20 miliar dolar Amerika Serikat. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, telah ditetapkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas oleh Presiden Republik Indonesia. Di tahun 2019, ditetapkan pula 5 destinasi super prioritas: Danau Toba, Mandalika, Borobudur, Labuan Bajo, dan Likupang. Dan masih ada lagi 5 destinasi pariwisata unggulan. Dampak nyata majunya pengembangan pariwisata Indonesia adalah meningkatnya pendapatan asli daerah atau PAD secara signifikan di berbagai destinasi pariwisata yang ada di Indonesia seperti Samosir, Banyuwangi, dan Manggarai Barat. Seluruh pencapaian pariwisata ini merujuk pada nawacita sebagai visi dan misi pemerintahan Presiden Jokowi dan Wakil Presiden Yusuf Kala. Border tourism menjadi salah satu senjata pamungkas Kementerian Pariwisata untuk merebut target wisatawan mancanegara. Data pos lintas batas menunjukkan jumlah wisman per tahun 2018 naik signifikan menjadi 2.718.466 dengan jumlah cross-border event yang selalu mengalami kenaikan. 74 event di tahun 2016, 80 event di tahun 2017, dan 98 event di tahun 2018. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia, masyarakat, dan industri pariwisata merupakan kunci pengembangan industri kelembagaan. Pengembangan sumber daya manusia melalui pelatihan dasar kepariwisataan bagi mahasiswa dan guru bertujuan untuk meningkatkan kesadaran dan kepekaan tentang kepariwisataan sehingga mampu meningkatkan ekonomi dan perkembangan industri pariwisata. Pengembangan masyarakat diwujudkan melalui gerakan sadar wisata, peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat, serta pengembangan desa wisata melalui pendampingan. Gerakan sadar wisata telah ditetapkan di 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dengan tujuan untuk meningkatkan ekonomi masyarakat seperti bagaimana menyambut wisatawan dengan prima serta bagaimana menjaga kebersihan area destinasi pariwisata. Peningkatan kapasitas usaha kecil masyarakat dilaksanakan guna mengajak masyarakat untuk aktif mengembangkan produk dan usaha kecil masyarakat di 10 destinasi wisata prioritas melalui berbagai pelatihan seperti pemandu wisata, homestay, kuliner, cindramata, dan lain-lain. 100 Wonderful Events digelar di seluruh Indonesia. Kementerian Pariwisata telah melakukan publikasi media ruang dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi branding seperti Medan, Kepulauan Riau, Jakarta, Bandung, Joglosmar, Banyuwangi, Bali, Lombok, Makassar, Coral Wonders, Bunaken Wakatobi, dan Raja Ampat. Publikasi Wonderful Indonesia juga dilakukan di beberapa negara pasar utama seperti Tiongkok, India, Inggris, Jerman, Perancis, Belanda, Timur Tengah, Korea Selatan, dan Amerika yang telah dilakukan sejak tahun 2015. Pemasangan publikasi media ruang ditujukan untuk meningkatkan brand awareness Wonderful Indonesia di level internasional. Situs resmi pemasaran Kementerian Pariwisata adalah indonesia.travel yang dilengkapi dengan menu yang mengakomodasi customer journey yang dimulai dari dreaming, planning, booking, experiencing, and sharing. Mulai dari pre-travel, travel, hingga post-travel. Sejak tahun 2015 hingga tahun 2019, Kementerian Pariwisata berhasil memfasilitasi industri pariwisata untuk bertemu dengan calon-calon konsumen dengan memperkenalkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan menjual paket-paket pariwisata menarik melalui pameran pariwisata internasional dan tentunya misi penjualan. Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengimplementasikan program Tourism Hub yang diharapkan dapat mendatangkan wisman dari pasar non-ASEAN countries, Australia, dan juga Selandia Baru yang berada di Singapura dan Malaysia untuk ditarik ke destinasi Batam Bintan melalui harga paket Hot Deals. Selain mengembangkan 10 destinasi pariwisata prioritas dan 5 destinasi super prioritas, Kementerian Pariwisata juga mengembangkan investasi di sektor pariwisata. Investasi sektor pariwisata ini difokuskan dalam pengembangan unsur atraksi, aksesibilitas, amenitas di destinasi pariwisata. Selama 5 tahun terakhir, total investasi sektor pariwisata mencapai 6,5 miliar US dollar, terdiri dari 4,7 miliar US dollar penanaman modal asing atau PMA dan 1,8 miliar US dollar untuk penanaman modal dalam negeri atau PMDN. Untuk meningkatkan investasi dan mengoptimalisasi kegiatan industri pariwisata sehingga mampu menarik investor untuk berinvestasi, maka dikembangkanlah pembangunan kawasan ekonomi khusus atau KEK pariwisata. Sejauh ini, 8 KEK pariwisata yang dikembangkan oleh Kementerian Pariwisata antara lain Tanjung Lesung, Mandalika, Tanjung Kelayang, Morotai, Singasari, Likupang, Tanjung Gunung, dan Sungai Liat. Kementerian Pariwisata terus meningkatkan kinerja dari tahun ke tahun demi tercapainya Indonesia menjadi negara tujuan pariwisata kelas dunia. Salam pesona Indonesia.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah. I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Oh, yeah.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you have a nice break. As we do so, just let us continue this conference. Next in the agendas, we have sharing sessions moderated by Bapak Heru Harjanto Adi Pradopo.
But before that, Thierry, we would like to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, the second session will be delivered in the Russian language. The Russian English translator will be available for you. So for a better understanding, we recommend you to activate the interpretation icon, which looks like a globe, located in the middle right of your screen.
So, Bapak Heru, without further ado, for the next 90 minutes, the time is yours.
Thank you, MC, for giving time to me, and also hello everybody. Nice to see you again. As mentioned by the MC, today we have a session related with the success story, and I have two colleagues here, my colleagues from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department and also from the Russia. And I think for the speaker from Malaysia, can I see Mr. Chu Han Aun? How are you, sir?
Fine, thank you, Bapak Heru. How are you, sir?
Yes, okay. Thank you, sir. And then let's starting for the presentation. But before Mr. Chu presented his presentation, I'd like to read the CV from our speaker today. Mr. Chu Han Kung was born in 20 October 1974. Excuse me, I cannot see here. And then he's with the educational qualification. He's graduated from the Bachelor of Science. It's HRD in UTM in 2003. And then in 2010, he has graduated from the Master of HRM from UUM. And also he has experience, many kind of experience. From the 2006 to 2007, he's export division in Port Klang, the Malaysian Custom. And then 2007 to 2009, he's is on the import division in Port Klang also. And starting from 2009 to 2010, he's the import and export from LTS AAS Subang. Is another part of Malaysia, I know. And then currently, right now, he's from Compliance Management Division. And also, he also have many awards. In 2008, he has the Excellent Service Award. 2014, he also have the Excellent Service Award. And the last time from 2018, he also has the Excellent Service Award. Okay, Mr. Chu Han Aun from the Royal Malaysian Customs Department, the time is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bapak Heru, for the wonderful introduction on myself. Let me begin with my presentation. I will click for the slideshow. Okay, once again, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, to all my Malaysian customs officer colleagues, as well as the distinguished guests from around the world. Thank you very much for joining this international conference. Before that, I would like to say thank you very much to the Indonesian Customs and Excise Education Training Center for organizing this international conference on customs and tax cooperation. And Royal Malaysian Customs Department is glad to be chosen to share our success story on the cooperation with the tax authority, namely Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia. And I have been entrusted by Royal Malaysian Customs Department to present for this wonderful session. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you my presentation outline for today's session. I have 7 segments will be present to all of you today. It will be divided into 2 parts. The first part will be number 1, number 2 will be the general information, where I will show you our compliance division objective and types of categories audit that we have. Then I will present the main topic for today, which is the sharing the success story on cooperation between Royal Malaysian Customs Department and Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia, which is a segment number 3 until number 7. In this sharing session, I will cover the objective of the program, what are the strategies that we use to achieve them, and what are the benefits from this form of cooperation. And finally, I will show you the result of this joint audit program with Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia, or IRBM. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin with the objective of Compliance Division of Royal Malaysian Customs Department. Number one, we want to enhance and enforce the audit program effectively in the sense of proper audit planning, a good strategy, and a great execution. Number two, we want to determine the amount of duty and tax account and pay by our auditee is correct and accurate. Okay. To be in line with this objective on number two, if our audit finding require issuing a bill of demand, we will ensure that bill of demand will have a basis and with a solid reasonable ground. Number three, one of the mission of Royal Malaysian Customs Department is to provide trade facilitation to business entities. With that, we want to ensure that any facility or exemption given to the business entity will meet the prescribed condition. Okay. Number four, we want to promote self-compliance among our taxpayer to pay and account correctly. At the same time, we want to educate the importance of self-compliance among the taxpayer and auditee toward the economic growth. And lastly, from this objective of Compliance Division, we want to verify the accuracy and authenticity of the declaration in terms of import, export, and transshipment method, as well as the tax return submitted by our taxpayer. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to show you the categories audit that we have. One of them is desk audit. Okay, this audit is conducted in the office by checking the relevant information with third party, and mainly this desk audit for verification and data collection purposes. Next, an advisory audit. Okay, it is a simple audit that can be done by visiting the auditee premises, or we invite the auditee to our office to conduct this advisory audit. Okay, the purpose of this audit is to review the level of understanding of the rules and regulations where we emitted, as well as we want to see the level of compliance of the auditee. And this advisory audit aims to provide advice related to our acts and regulation if we spot any non-compliance throughout this advisory audit. And lastly, we have a field audit. Okay, field audit is a comprehensive audit, and usually it takes longer time to complete, and the audit process will need to be conducted at the auditee premises. And the process of this field audit will involve of checking, verifying the business financial record and transaction, such as invoices, ledger, audited report, and custom declaration form. And the main objective of this field audit is to identify auditees' non-compliance based on our rules and regulation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in the coming segment, I would like to share our success story on the cooperation with the tax authority, namely Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia, or IRBM. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, before I proceed further, our cooperation with IRBM is in line with the guideline for strengthening cooperation and the exchanging of information between custom and tax authority at national level issued by World Customs Organization. On the other hand, I also would like to highlight that Royal Malaysian Customs Department has a very good relationship with Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia from top to bottom. That means with or without this form of cooperation, we always communicate each other and share all the related information regarding the audit, the process, and as well. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the program that I mentioned earlier of my presentation, and a little bit of general information on this joint audit program. On this joint audit program, we signed a memorandum of understanding with IRBM to ensure we work efficiently, a directive, and have a common objective that we share. For your information, to ensure the program run successfully and smoothly, 3 documents have been signed, which is MOU on joint audit signed in June 2013, and subsequently the SOP on joint audit signed in August 2017. In this SOP, it will cover the objective, okay, the strategy, and where I will present later on to all of you. And on top of that, we also have a MOU on sharing and exchanging information signed in November 2017. Ladies and gentlemen, on this joint audit program, we all binded by this MOU. With this MOU, it's guided us on the achievement of every objective that we already put in this memorandum of understanding. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the information that we share between two agencies, and each information that we share actually is crucial to ensure the success of this program. As you all can see, these all are the segment of information that we share. It can be divided to the two parts. One is the general part, which is the company information and company's accounting information. Meanwhile, for the technical part, we will share in terms of audit tools usage, the audit process, on the risk analysis process, in specific on the case audit selection purposes. And at the end, we also share in terms of verification and profiling purposes. Ladies and gentlemen, all these element and segment where it's already mentioned in our MOU and our SOP as well, to become a crucial part where we pick up a company to audit. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, without a clear objective and the direction of the program, we won't be able to cooperate smoothly within two agencies. Let me share with you what are the objectives on this joint audit program, in specific the form of cooperation. Number one, we want to avoid repetition on site visit and audit by RMCD and RIBM on the specific taxpayer. As we are aware that taxpayer, at the end of the day, it will be audited by two main tax collector in Malaysia, which is to be us, RMCD, as well as RIBM. Therefore, with this objective, we want to go in together to avoid the repetition. Number two, ladies and gentlemen, our aim to increase the compliance level, okay, among the taxpayer on the legislation and regulation managed by RMCD and RIBM. Lastly, we want to increase the effectiveness of our audit skill, okay, the effectiveness of audit throughout the sharing of information between two agencies in specific of RMCD auditor as well as IRBM auditor. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a crucial part where I can say that a good strategy would ensure, or is a key to ensuring the success of this program. Let me share with you a little bit what are our strategy that we use in order to achieve this specific form of cooperation, where we will begin with the case selection based on the risk factor. That means we will not simply pick a company to audit, and each company that we select must possess the risk that we identify based on specific sector. For example, you might have a sector in the telecommunication or manufacturing. That means we will pick the case based on a selection factor on every single of the sector. After that, number two, each agency will request documentation from the auditees. And this element of number two, the sharing of information actually begin between two agencies, whereby we share some of the information we may not obtain during request documentation from the auditee, whereby some of the information IRBM may got it or we may not got it. Therefore, in this of the section that we share, some of the information that we share could be the director's information, accounting information, the auditor report, the previous audited report, or any information that useful for the audit purposes. Okay, number three, with the information we receive, each agency will analyze based on the standing order, act, regulation, or policy that we have. With the preliminary finding based on the company financial documentation, RMCD and IRBM will sit down, we will hold a discussion, then we will share in terms of audit skill, we share some technical aspect and expertise as well. Then we will set a date, then we will go into the premise, and jointly audit will be happen in the stage number 4. Okay. The audit session will begin at the premise. Okay. The interesting part in this joint audit session, which we jointly interview the head of department to get information and clarification about the preliminary information we found based on the documentation we obtained. As I mentioned, why this is interesting, because based on our Royal Malaysian Customs Department audit session, we hardly interview every single head of department. But when this joint audit session with Inland Revenue of Malaysia, we found that they are holding one session to interview every single head of department, from human resources up to purchasing, and even security department, they also interview. The reason why we will know the actual expenses, where the money go, and how it operates the entire company. That is the interesting point that we learned throughout this form of cooperation. All right. Once we obtain the information, we will analyze it again based on the information obtained throughout the interview session, and we will match again with the documentation we obtained. After that, number 6, we will present the audit finding to the auditor at the end of audit session through exit conference. This is also another interesting point, whereby we gather a week over there in the company premises, we discuss, and then we will check based on documentation. We will match again with the information obtained through interview. From there, we will present to the auditee in this single point where we can see that we are transparent. That means whatever finding throughout the session, we will present to the auditee, let the auditee aware what is happening and what is our finding. From there, we will have a roundtable discussion for the audit finding. And subsequently, we will finish our report. Then finally, we will present to the top management if our audit finding has the solid or reasonable ground for further action, such as issuing bid of demand, provided we reach a consensus through RTD, roundtable discussion within auditee, within the auditor, as well with the top management to come up with a solution. Ladies and gentlemen, after the implementation of the program, we will identify the several benefits by this form of cooperation. Let me share with you what are the benefits that we obtain throughout this form of cooperation. Number 1, we send a crystal clear message to the taxpayer that we, Royal Malaysian Customs Department and Inland Revenue Board, that we as the tax authority and a tax collector in Malaysia are serious about this tax enforcement. And number 2, with those messages, we found that taxpayer started to instill this self-compliance among them, where we can see the tax payment was increasing when we analyze the tax by comparison month to month and year to year on the specific auditee. And of course, during the analyzing processes, we also take into consideration on certain factors such as the current economic situation, the demand and supply as well, to come out the finding that it actually self-compliance play an important role for the increasing of tax payment. Okay, number 3, throughout the program, by sharing of informations with this Inland Revenue of Malaysia, we Royal Malaysian Customs Department, we can identify the actual revenue and the expenditure of the taxpayer. With that, we can match with our taxpayer payment record to see any different or mismatch. But if you ask me as my personal opinion, when we are talking about mismatch, of course, it will benefit the taxpayer, but to the government, we will lose in terms of the revenue collection. From that, we as an auditor, Royal Malaysian Customs Department and the Inland Revenue Bank Malaysia, we will audit and we will collect back the outstanding if the finding, our audit finding has a basis and reasonable ground. And ladies and gentlemen, if you ask me and throughout my colleague as well, the most benefit that we can receive throughout this form of cooperation is we are able to share and learn the audit skill among 2 agencies, from RMCD auditors as well as the IRDF auditors. With the information that we obtain, with the knowledge we get, we can enhance our audit process and it can increase the credibility among RMCD auditors. Ladies and gentlemen, I will not take longer time in terms of my sharing session, but I will straight to the point. What I can tell you is, with this form of cooperation, Royal Malaysian Customs Department proudly that we successfully issue several bill of demands at ringgit Malaysia 34 million to the auditee. But if you ask me and my entire team, what is the secret of this outstanding achievement? Actually, is by sharing of information, sharing of audit skills and expertise between two agencies. And as a conclusion, by this form of cooperation, just looking or beside issuing a bill of demand, Royal Malaysian Customs Department actually appreciate in terms of sharing the information and expertise with Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia. And with that, RMCD and IRBM as the main tax collector in Malaysia, we can say that the tax collected from these two agencies, it will bring the prosperity to the people and ensuring the economy grow and the stability of the economy and the people as well throughout the entire joint audit program. And without delaying more, to end my sharing session of this afternoon, on behalf of Royal Malaysian Customs Department, I would like to say thank you very much for your attention. See you all again. Terima kasih. Jumpa lagi.
Thank you, sir. Very clear presentation from Mr. Chu Han Aun. One thing that I think very impressed with the total bill of demand, right? Around 34 million ringgit Malaysia is such a quite huge amount. Then we will continue during our discussion, Mr. Chu. Okay, let's move on to the second speaker. I'd like to invite Mr. Denis Griasin. Are you with us, Mr. Denis Griasin from the Russia?
Yes.
Okay, probably is quite in the morning, right? In the Moscow time? Early in the morning, I guess.
Morning.
Yes, okay. Okay, good to see you also, Dennis. Okay, before continuing with the Dennis presentation, as mentioned also by the MC that already has an interpreter, you can change all the devices already mentioned. And then I'd like to read the CV from Mr. Denis Griasin. He's with the educational background. He's a graduate from the Russian Custom Academy in 2001, in economic and management. And also he has such kind of experience starting from 1998 is a custom expert from Russian Custom Academy. And then he is moved to another section. And currently right now he is the head of division for control over economic entities operation, General Directorate for Post-Release Custom Control, Federal Customs Service of the Russian Federation. Okay, so to Dennis, the time is yours.
Уважаемые коллеги, российская страна рада видеть вас сегодня, коллег из разных стран, и иметь возможность вести интересную и насыщенную профессиональную дискуссию. Мы благодарим индонезийскую страну за организацию такого значимого и важного мероприятия. Мы также благодарим за возможность поделиться опытом российской таможни в области взаимодействия между таможенными.
We are happy to share our experience in the sphere of cooperation between tax and customs service. My name is Denis Griasin. I'm head of unit for control on post-audit stage for legal entities, and I will share our Russian experience in the domain of cooperation between customs and tax services. So let me start my presentation. Is the English interpreter, can you hear the English interpreter? Colleagues?
Yes, we can hear it.
So everything's okay with the interpretation, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cooperation of the post-audit customs control unit with tax budget is regulated by a set of following documents. Russian customs and tax bodies exchange information on a regular basis, as well as on operational basis, meaning that information can be provided by initiative or by request. Such information is used for control and analytics purposes during customs clearance operations, as well as within control and post-clearance stage. Cooperation of the post-audit customs control units with tax bodies is regulated by a set of following documents. Agreement on cooperation between Federal Customs Service and the Federal Tax Service, which stipulates issues related to exchange of data from the databases of the both authorities, rules of procedure on coordinated control activities, as well as activities within customs or tax control based on the information provided by the other party, and model rules of procedure for a coordination council. Twice a year, every regional customs department, together with local tax bodies, hold a coordination council session where the parties address issues related to informational exchange, prevention and detection of violation of tax, customs and currency legislation. Such councils allow to establish sustainable interagency cooperation, to form detailed analysis of its outcomes, exchange of experience in various domains, as well as create a mechanism for taking coordinated and efficient decisions. I'd like to know that outcomes of joint control operations between customs and tax bodies in 2021 increased sufficiently in comparison with the year of 2020. You can see the figures on this slide. Joint control operations normally take much time in terms of preparations, but such operations have higher efficiency in terms of additional claims or payments. In particular, on average, for one operation conducted in cooperation with tax bodies, there are 260,000 US dollars of additional payments claimed, while operation without involvement of tax bodies on average makes $140,000 of payments claimed. For payments actually collected from the claims, the figures are 180,000 US dollars and $95,000 respectively. Further development of tax and customs should be focused on two directions. Firstly, increasing the accuracy and efficiency of selection of objects for control, including within traceability system and goods labeling systems. Secondly, we are in the process of creation a joint tax customs information panel, which contains analytical features and data on results of control measures. It allows in real time to perform mutual complex evaluation of data, standardized criteria, and procedures for coordinated control operations, including within traceability system. We also believe that productivity of joint control operations depends greatly on level of relevant knowledge of inspectors. In order to ensure good understanding of tax control and relevant regulations, we perform common training in regional customs departments. The same is granted for tax inspectors in order to provide updated and useful information about customs legislation. Last year, together with the Federal Tax Service, we implemented a number of major operations. In particular, we took measures for detection and prevention of violations in declaring of flowers in Russia, which was a big problem in terms of valuation and payments. The control operations conducted with tax and forensic authorities allowed to detect schemes of illegal capital withdrawal, initiate criminal cases, as well as detect illegal schemes of undervaluation of customs value and false declaration. The same operation now are in process in relation to goods like shoes and tobacco. In order to prove schemes of non-payment and illegal withdrawal of finances from Russia, we analyzed the following aspects: chains of resales, including analysis of second link and gaps, artificial acceleration of prices, non-standard service contracts, and information received from the financial monitoring authorities. Within such schemes, we also often detect nominal entities. And it's very important for us to ensure full payments of tax and customs duties within Eurasian Economic Union, taking into account that there is no customs control within internal customs territory of the Union. Mobile teams regularly detect and prevent attempts of import of goods addressed to nominal entities or real entities who don't expect a shipment. Now we work on integrating the databases which contain data on actual movement of goods to the territory of the Union with the databases of the Federal Tax Service in order to detect signs of possible violations. For example, in Smolensk region of Russia, mobile teams generated 150,000 of document packages containing data about real recipients. Comparison of such information with the information about payments of indirect tax by the Russian consignees allows to detect a difference and increase the amount of internal value-added tax payments. During operations of mobile teams, we learn how to detect shipments which are moved for entities which don't really exist. Customs inspectors in real time obtain necessary data from the Federal Tax Service website in all entities. There are a lot of such detections, and each of them is communicated to the tax authorities. But such work should develop further in order to embrace all the risk shipments. Now we embrace around 20% of the goods flow. We aim to ensure full transparency of goods flows within Eurasian Economic Union territory. For that purpose, we plan to implement a unified electronic document signed by an electronic signature of the exporter in the exporting countries, as well as by the Russian consignee. It is also reasonable to establish preliminary notification about a shipment. The efficiency of control operations depends greatly on selection of objects for control, including the level of digitalization of control procedures. We started to develop a system of automated comparison of data contained in accounts balance sheets with data contained in customs declarations. Also, within Russia, tax and customs take part in developing national system of goods traceability, aimed at detection and prevention of schemes of non-payment of taxes and customs duties. From the 1st of July 2021, the national system of goods traceability started its operation. It is based on documental identification of data contained in supporting documents like declarations or invoices. Federal Tax Service is responsible for operation and administration of this system and supplies with data on operations with goods and analysis of their movement and movement of shipments. Customs bodies supplies the system with data about release of import goods and consumes the data about goods turnover for customs control purposes. Identification and checking of goods in the traceability system is performed through customs declaration number. Such number is indicated in key documents like declaration, invoice. Currently, we have a set of a number of goods included into the traceability system, but we plan to embrace more and more goods, types of goods into this system. You can see on the slide the goods which are now like an example. We have elaborated a methodology which allows us to detect within the national traceability system the points of gaps and define a level of risk of different possible violations according to the specifications of its turnover and movements within the customs territory. And according to the methodology, we developed software which allows to automatically detect objects of customs control on post-clearance stage, as well as coordinate the control and check measures. In the end of 2021, the system received the first portion of information about the turnover of goods in the first 3 quarters of the 2021, based on the data provided by the taxpayers in tax declarations. And we started to analyze this data in the context of chains of movement of goods.
Very such clear of presentation. I really appreciate it. And then before continuing for the discussion, I just want to have some clarification from you, Dennis. Back to your slide. I think slide number 9. You already mentioned that regarding with the calculation of the risk based on the 16 criteria, can you much more detail what kind of criteria, sir?
Какие критерии? 9-го слайда.
I think slide number 9 is quite interesting for us.
Сейчас. Их 5 же, правильно, да?
Well, 1 second, we will open the presentation again.
I think your slide number 9, you already mentioned that related for the gaps in movement of goods, over storage, excessive storage amount, and so on. The Russian custom using the calculation based on the 16 criteria. So could you please more detail related with the what kind of criteria? For example, what happened here in Indonesia is yes, okay. Go ahead, Dennis. Yes.
Меня слышно, да? Да. Коллеги, ну, например,
For example, chronological gaps in chains of movement of goods. This criteria is characterized by gaps of movement of goods according to dates, timelines. For example, the buyer who buys the shipment declares a date which is not the same as the date of sales of the goods. So this is a risk indicator. Increasing of price when for sales in internal market. So prices in declarations are compared with the prices indicated in text documents, which are submitted when making submitting text documents. And so it comes when these prices differ many times, for example, 10 times or 5 times. So this is also an indicator. Also, another example, when movement of the good moves between a great number of entities. So this is a sign that there might be some nominal entities, so-called false entities, in order to avoid tax or customs payments.
Okay, thank you very much, Dennis. I just hear from the interpreter. Thank you very much. I really understand. Okay, so let's move on to the discussion. We have almost more than 30 minutes, so I think it's enough for us. We have two speakers, my colleagues from Malaysia and also my colleagues from Russia. Okay, starting with the question number 1, may I invite Nailote? Are you with us, Nailote? Excuse me. Nailote? Naulite, are you there?
So I think, yeah. Yeah, good afternoon.
Oh yeah, Naulite. Yes, very good afternoon. You are from, pardon? Can you hear me, Naulite?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, okay, you can speak directly to both the speaker. Go ahead, the time is yours.
Yeah, just a question to the presenter from Malaysia, Mr. Chu
Yes, sir.
Hen Aun. First
Yes,
of all,
sir.
thank you so much for the very comprehensive and precise presentation. I really appreciate it. Just a question on the, like after the joint audit, when there's objection processes to both the customs and I'm more familiar with the tax side. Like in terms of the joint audit team, how do they approach it? For example, like if it goes to the special team that deals with the objections, or then after that it might go to the tax tribunal or to the customs, whatever equivalent is there. So how does the team deal with it in terms of objections that are coming in terms of the assessment from the joint audit team? I hope you understand my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. When you talk about the objection, I think at this moment, we don't have any objection because first and foremost, our audit is transparency. That means any audit finding, we will present to the auditee, we'll let them know, and then we hold a roundtable discussion with the auditee. And then, as I mentioned from the beginning of my presentation, every bill of demand that we issue must have a solid and reasonable ground. That is the thing. If we will have all the reasonable ground, we issue a bill of demand. Shall the auditee still do not satisfy with the finding, we have a rooms for them to appeal. We have a tribunal, they can proceed. But so far, if you ask me, throughout the corporation, all the matters are handled smoothly and very well because our auditee also understand very well with all the regulation that we audit and our finding as well.
I just want to, because I'm from the tech side. I mean, I'm mostly my experience. I just want to understand how this is dealt with customs, because I know different laws in different countries. In terms of if there's a customs, I mean, just the mechanisms in line for customs, if there's a dispute.
Yes, definitely there is a dispute. Definitely there is a dispute over there. If there is a dispute, we hold a discussion. So we want the policy team to come to get a consensus on the decision that we make. So at least we want to make both sides satisfied with the decision that we make.
Okay, just a question: whether the all these mechanisms are dealt with within the joint audit team or outside or there are processes outside of the joint audit team?
Okay, it will process outside the joint audit team.
Oh, okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you
Welcome.
very
Thank
much
you.
for the very good presentation. Thank you.
You understand. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Okay, I think it's clear enough that already mentioned by Mr. Chu from the Malaysian that is it correct, Mr. Chu, that you still giving a room, for example, the auditee quite not satisfied with the result? Am I right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then also appreciate and I know exactly what really happened in Malaysia because actually we have a very close also cooperation in terms of the ASEAN working group. Okay, move
Yes,
on
correct.
to the next question, I guess. Committee, please share another question from the participant. Okay, thank you. This is from Said Misbau to Mr. Aun from Malaysia. Do Royal Malaysia Custom collect VAT on imported goods on behalf of Internal Revenue Board of Royal Malaysia and remit some treats after or it's collected by IRBM directly? Okay, to Chu, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you very much for the question. For information that the collection of taxes on imported goods actually is fall under jurisdiction of Royal Malaysian Custom Department. That means that there is no issue at all whether who will collect. Definitely is under Royal Malaysian Custom Department. I just want to add on that we are collecting the import taxes, for example, imported duties, sales tax or excise duty, if any, in terms of imported goods. Thank you.
Excuse me. Okay, thank you. Next to the next question, please. Committee. Okay, for from Pak Rahmat to Mr. Aun also, how to select the auditee who becomes the object of the joint audit? What criteria or risks are prioritized in the selection of the auditee?
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much for Pak Rahmat. As I mentioned just now, we were starting based on the case selection. We have our own our verification and profiling processes. So we will zoom in on the specific sector that we wanted. Then we will start to do a profiling. And for our profiling, the interesting that we have a very good software. The name is Arbutus that we can gather all the information, we can run, and then we will match again with the policy standing order to see whether the company possesses any risk or not before we choose the company to become our future auditee.
Okay, thank you for the very clear. Before move to the next question, I'd like to comment from my colleagues before Pak Eko. I'd like to comment from my colleague from Russia. I'd like to know about the handicap, let's say the handicap quote unquote, in terms of the promote the cooperation between custom and tax in Russia. Do you have any problem with that? So Dennis, what will happen in Russia? I mean, for example, you should have the legal framework first, and then for the application, right? And then do you have kind of the key success in terms of the promote the cooperation between the custom and the tax? Please, Dennis.
You mean is there any specific goals or tasks for common work, or is it the question, or maybe?
Yes, the question related with the handicap, the problems between the custom and tax. I think
competition. You mean competition?
Yes, yes, like this one. Do you have
okay,
experience? Yes.
Yeah, let us just translate a second, and Mr. Denis will answer in Russian, and I will translate.
Okay. Okay. And also while waiting for the Janice, anyone, the participant, if you have any question, you can raise your hand in the button. You can choose for raise hand. Okay, thank you. We're just waiting for the Russian speaker.
Да, спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you for a question.
На самом деле между таможенной и налоговыми службами есть определенные задачи, которые чуть-чуть разнятся. Мы
Actually, between the issue is that tax and custom services have a slightly different tasks and goals.
Таможенные органы доначисляют таможенные платежи при ввозе товаров.
The customs ensure payments when importing goods, customs payments.
Пошлины, акцизы, налог на добавленную стоимость.
Duties, value-added tax, other payments.
Налоговые органы доначисляют внутренние налоги косвенные, в том числе налог на добавленную стоимость при перепродажах, тот же самый акциз при внутреннем производстве товаров.
Tax services authorities, they collect internal taxes, indirect taxes, including value-added tax when the sales are made within the territory of the state.
Ну и, естественно, больше всего соприкосновений у нас при проверках товара при обороте на внутреннем рынке Российской Федерации.
So the most issues of common work relate to internal turnover of goods within the customs territory.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, back to the committee, please. Could you share the next question? I can see a lot of questions already. Okay, next from Eko Prasetyo to the board speaker. Is there any strategic plan in your respective country to merge custom and tax authority so that the condition link is easier? Many forms of coordinating, even more waste of time and energy. So I think started from Dennis from the Russia, and then followed by the Mr. Chu from the Malaysia Custom.
Спасибо за вопрос.
Thank you.
В Российской Федерации существует стратегия развития таможенной службы до 2030 года.
In Russia, we have a strategic program of developing on customs for the period from 2020 till 2030.
И в этой стратегии предусмотрено как раз создание и развитие вот этой системы прослеживаемости, в которой участвуют и налоговые, и таможенные службы.
And this strategy, one of the directions, one of the elements is further developing of this system of traceability of goods, which I described in my presentation, and which involves close cooperation between tax and customs services.
Да, и в целом мы подчиняемся Министерству финансов, но являемся отдельными службами.
But in general, in Russia, customs and tax services are under Ministry of Finance, under coordination, but we still are separate entities and autonomous authorities.
Да, планов по объединению как таких не существует.
As of today, there are no plans to merge these two services. So now we see, now we look that in Russia we don't see in close perspective such merge. So we continue to operate autonomously, but with close cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then to the Malaysian, please, related with the same question.
Thank you for the question. First and foremost, I would like to inform that Royal Malaysian Customs Department and Inland Revenue Boards are under one roof, which is under Ministry of Finance. In terms of whether merge or not, I think I'm not the right person to comment, and it depends to the management. But after all, if you ask me, both of the agency, we are cooperate well and under the same roof. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Then just make clear, Mr. Chu, with from many kind of the discussion with colleagues from Malaysia also. I hear that related to your local regulation, that for example, in terms of cooperation, the auditee, the custom auditee come to the premises, getting all the data, for example, the financial statement, the ledger, and so on, and then have kind of the suspicious, quote unquote, suspicious transaction. And then related to the custom from the Malaysia, you cannot execute kind of the finding, but just giving to the tax agency in terms of for the bill of demand and so on. Am I right?
Yes, correct.
Yes. Okay. So it's kind of during, for example, I'm one of the Malaysian auditors, right? Then I have a problem, I have a finding, and then kind of related with the tax issue, and then I just forward to the tax for the bill of demand purposes, right?
Yes, exactly. As Pak Heru mentioned just now, we always share information as we are aware that Royal Malaysian Customs Department is entrusting for the indirect tax, while Inland Revenue Board is a direct tax. So in the mid of the audit of each agency, if they found out the information related to direct tax, so we will give to the RRBM, whereby for the indirect tax matter, so they will channel to Royal Malaysian Customs Department for our further action.
Okay, clear. Thank you very much. Okay, move on to the next question, I guess. Committee, please share the next question from, I think, Miss Yaya to Mr. Aun. Mr. Aun, what is the other form of cooperation between custom and tax authority in Malaysia? Is it joint audit only? In Indonesia, we have some form of cooperation. So I think it's just make more clear, more detail what really happened in Malaysia. That already mentioned by the previous speaker, Mr. Aun, that in Indonesia we have a synergy program consists of, one of them is the joint audit. We also have the joint intelligence, joint analysis, even though we also have the secondment as well. It means that the tax officer come to the custom and both know how to become the custom, how to become the tax officer. So the time is yours, Mr. Aun, please.
Okay, thank you for Yaya for this question. We actually, our form of cooperation never end just with this joint audit program. In fact, we from time to time we have a lot of cooperation. Like the recent is Malaysian government at this moment we are holding this voluntary disclosure program, whereby Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia is one of the pioneers of this program in Malaysia. So we seek the cooperation and we get some information from them and we learn from them. That is a part of the cooperation. Besides that, from time to time, we also have a cooperation such as like sharing the audit tool usage. Like I want to share one thing that previously Royal Malaysian Customs Department used ACL as a part of the tools for audit process. And with the discussion with Inland Revenue Board of Malaysia and with the consent of the top management and with our former director of compliance and current and as well deputy director, you're aware that Tuan Furiman Puan Wan Saada. So we come out a very good system. Like I mentioned just now, we have one tool very sophisticated, which is Arbitrus. With that, it's really helped us. So why you come out with Arbitrus? Because we have a sharing information. From that information, we upgraded ourselves. To conclude that, joint audit program is just one of the cooperation. In fact, we have a continuous cooperation with Inland Revenue of Malaysia.
Okay, good, very clear. Okay, move on from the probably the participant, please. Committee, can you share another question? Okay, from Arifin to Mr. Dennis, from my colleague from Russia. In the cooperation between custom and tax authorities, is there any exchange of data or is there any single data that is analyzed together, or how to collect the required data? Dennis, please, and also the interpreter.
Да, спасибо. Я уже говорил, что есть соглашение между нашими службами.
I already, in my presentation, described that there is an agreement on cooperation between our tax services.
В целом, вся информация, которая аккумулируется налоговой службой налогоплательщиков, передается таможенной службе.
In general, almost all the information which is collected by the tax authorities from the taxpayers can be shared with the customs.
Таможенной службе передается информация из декларации на товары, транзитной декларации, ну и так далее, все, что касается сбора по импорту, по экспорту.
The customs share information contained in customs declarations, supporting documents, transit declarations, and all that is related to the customs procedures and data which is collected during these procedures.
Ну и ввиду того, что мы все-таки администрируем разные налоги,
but taking into account that we administer different taxes and payments,
да, как таковых рисков общих нарушений, да, законодательства их нету. Мы работаем над этим, но в целом у каждого есть свои риски, и настроены, и система управления рисков настроена на свои признаки нарушения, и в том числе выявление преступлений и нарушений.
But so that brings us to the fact that every authority has its own risk, own profiling, and own set of violations. So each and tax authority as well as customs authority, they have their own risks and purposes when seeking, when detecting, preventing specific violations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dennis, also for your clear answer related with what happened in Russia. So may I continue with before to Simo Papua? Hang on, committee. Can I invite Claudette VP? Claudette VP, are you there? Claudette has a question to Mr. Dennis. Can you say directly, Claudette?
I guess he's
Yes.
just explained a while ago. I
Uh-huh.
just wanted to know how they approach the different, like we have different jurisdictions. Say, for instance, we've got our own customs laws and tax laws. But his last explanation, his last explanation is quite clear that they know, they share the data and they have joint agreement with the two different organizations. So yeah, that answers my question.
Okay, thank you, Claudette. Sorry also for delaying your question, but it's mean that you already satisfied with the presentation from the Danish, right? Am I right?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Claudette, thank you very much. And then back to the committee, could you share a question from Simo, right? Am I right? Committee, please. Okay, next question from Simo Papua to Mr. Dennis from Russia. What is the minimum requirement of the custom auditors? Do they have similar skill with tax auditor before you conduct the audit? To Dennis and interpreter, please. The time is yours.
Ну, наверное, если мы говорим про образование, да, в целом, наверное, больше всего, конечно же, экономическое, да, связано с бухгалтерией.
If we are talking about educational issues, that's of course more usually related to economic education, accounting,
знание финансово-хозяйственной деятельности.
Knowledge in financial and economical and business process.
Но, коллеги, знаете, что настольные книги, да, у налоговика и таможенника, они разные. Налоговый кодекс и таможенный кодекс.
But still, the tax and the customs officers, they have different, let's say, working books on their tables. Tax codes and customs codes as a basic.
Не забывайте, в том числе сама проверочная деятельность начинается с аналитики. Для аналитика в целом нужно знать SQL, Access и так далее.
Also, it's necessary to know that before the control itself, there should be analytical work be performed, and for that, a software for a set of software tools needed to be. An inspector should know how to work with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Okay, so I have a kind of small discussion with my colleagues from Malaysia. Back to your presentation, sure. The page number 8 that you already mentioned, the objective of joint audit program. You mentioned that three kind of the objective. The number 1 is to repetition on-site visit and audits. Number 2 is the compliance level, and the number 3 is the effectiveness of audit. In terms of the effectiveness of audit, you already mentioned that to increase the effectiveness of audit through sharing information between two agencies. In terms of effectiveness, can you more please details what kind of indicator? For example, in Indonesia, we have a goal, sure, but probably we hoping the good people, quote unquote, the good people become more compliant with both custom and tax, and no more bill of diamond like this one. So could you make more clear in the words of increase the effectiveness, Mr. Chu? The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Pak Heru. Referring to the third objective of the joint audit program, we actually we are talking about effectiveness of the audit. That means we would like to have a sharing of information. That's from the general information, for example, like company's information, the director information, the director addresses, up to the accounting information, but it's not limit to the some high level of secrecy, some private confidential. So from there, actually, the information we share to make our audit become comprehensive with the basis and a solid ground before we issue bill of demand. But of course, in every audit, our destiny is not only to issue a bill of demand. The destiny will be a compliance of the company. But before we reach the compliance level, we need all sort of information. Some of the information we might not get it through our audit process, but it might obtain through the IRBM audit process. So from there, we share each other. So it to become one of the comprehensive audit. That is the one with the justification under the objective of this joint audit program, Pak Heru.
Okay, very clear. And then move on to the next question. I can see from the chat box, Rofianto, right? Rofianto. So, Rofianto first, right? Okay, Rofianto. The question is, are there any examples of the use of the machine learning in exploring potential revenue by joint operation of custom and tax authority in both in Malaysia and also in Russia? I think starting with Malaysia. Please, Mr. Chu.
Yeah, thank you for Rofianto. I'm not sure whether you are referring the machine learning in terms of the audit tools or not. If you are referring to the audit tool usage, yes, I can say and proudly say that we are using a sophisticated software which is by the name of Albertus in terms of exploring any potential revenue leakage. From that one, only we zoom in directly in a specific audit. That thing I can be very sure if you are looking over the audit tools. I can say yes, we have by the name of Albertus software.
Okay, thank you. And then from the Dennis from the Russia, please, the question from.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
Мы поставили себе задачу в ближайшее будущее, 2022-2023 год, создать систему цифровых двойников.
As an example, we have a task for the coming 2 or 3 years that to create a system of so-called digital twins.
Она основывается на накоплении всей имеющейся информации в таможенной службе, от других федеральных органов исполнительной власти. Есть определенные критерии, которые позволяют выбирать точечные объекты для контроля.
And the idea of such tool is to collect and store data from other governmental authorities in customs system, which then afterwards will allow to analyze this, let us call it big data, to within work on detection and selecting of objects for control. Thank you.
Okay, still related with the Rofianto question, starting from you, Dennis. Currently, we have such kind of the hard time, right, related with the COVID-19 pandemic. So, could you share your experience related with your current situation right now in Russia? In terms of the COVID-19 pandemic, it's very hard. I believe that it's not so easy. For example, you're doing the field audit, come to the premises and so on. Could you share the experience during this COVID-19 pandemic, sir? And it's also one of the very relevant topic in the WCO, already mentioned yesterday by the speaker, but right now, currently we have a COVID-19 pandemic. So I need your share, please, Dennis.
Спасибо.
Thank you.
На самом деле, на первоначальном этапе было сложно.
To be honest, at the first stage of pandemic, it was quite not an easy task.
Были очень большие ограничения для проведения как таможенного контроля, так и налогового контроля.
We have some specific restrictions for conducting customs control, post-clearance control.
Но начиная с 2021 года все эти ограничения были сняты, и мы сейчас работаем в обычном режиме.
But starting from the 2021, such restrictions were stopped, and now we, starting from 2021, we work as usual, as a normal regime.
Ну, естественно, мы соблюдаем масочный режим, социальную дистанцию.
Of course, we follow the rules of social distancing, mask, etc. in all the system, all the customs system.
Это касается, естественно, выездных проверок. При камеральных мы сидим у себя, но и тоже соблюдаем масочные режимы и социальные дистанции.
Of course, it concerns as well internal checks and control audit activities, as well as field operations and mobile teams operations. But we can say that for now we managed to operate as usual, almost without any problems. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Thank you. And then back to you, Chu, what right now recently happened in Malaysia related with the COVID-19 pandemic?
Okay, thank you, Pak Heru. With the pandemic COVID-19, we actually switched our audit focus to the beginning of two categories I mentioned just now, which is desk audit and advisory audit, because we truly understand that with this COVID-19 pandemic, it's really become a hardship to the business entity. Therefore, we in the compliance division, first and foremost, we will do a desk audit. So we will strengthen in terms of profiling, and then secondly, we will move to advisory audit. We try our best to provide our advice related to acts and regulation to all the business entity to ensure that with this pandemic, it's a time for them to enhance their compliance level. So therefore, we can see actually if the compliance level is high, yes, it may reduce in terms of bit of demand, but in terms of the tax payment, really we can see month by month and year by year, when do comparison, it will increase. But as like Mr. Dennis said, our situation of COVID is getting better with all the vaccination process in Malaysia is quite high. So our audit at this moment, back to normal. But again, I mentioned just now, although it's back to normal, but we still very conscious and very careful in terms of our auditee selection. That's why the profiling and verification, we are very strong on that to avoid multi-audit in the same company. And every company that we pick, it must possesses the risk before we really pick up, become under the field audit. That is our main mission in compliance division of Royal Malaysian Customs Department.
Can I say that you right now you much utilize the IT, for example, using the Arbutus and so on in terms of the targeting and also in terms of the audit implementation, you also using like electronic audit and so on, Mr. Chu?
Yes, definitely. Electronic assistant will be our main tools in terms of the audit process.
Okay, thank you very much. Very clear, both from Russia, Dennis, and also from Malaysia. And then I guess I still have one question left. Am I right? Okay, from the committee, thank you. This is a question from Eco Bow. How many effective custom and tax administration in Russia to collect the state revenue? How many effective custom? Okay, to the Dennis, please.
Yes. Да, спасибо. Thank you. На слайдах я показывал уже цифры. Это результаты только таможенного контроля. К сожалению, цифр по результатам налоговых органов у меня отсутствуют, но они существенно больше, потому что, сами понимаете, внутренние налоги – это большие объемы, чем платежи при экспорте и импорте.
I had on my slide figures related to volumes of collected payments on post-clearance stage, including due through operations of between customs and tax authorities. But I don't have right now numbers from the tax service, but these numbers are even more are higher, obviously, because the amount of internal taxes in that context are much more, and the payments are much more. And if we, если
Thank you. So I think
and just one additional information that's about an amount of money collected in general, if the question is about also such issue. Unfortunately, we can't tell you the exact numbers right now, but the percentage for now for Russia is about 40% of payments are customs, which bring to the budget, and 60% of tax service brings to the budget. Previously, for example, it was a practice that duties collected from export, for example, of oil, were collected at the stage of export. And at that time, the amounts of customs duties collected were around 50%. But not so long ago, the government made a so-called maneuver, tax maneuver, and now the money payments collected from oil are made at the stage of production and not at the stage of export. So now this amount of payments move to the tax authorities. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, thank you. And then I can see someone raise his hand. Pak Tor, am I right? Pak Tor, can you just directly asking to the two speakers, please?
Yes, thank you. I want to ask from Malaysia. I have a question. For a TP doc or transfer pricing adjustment in Malaysia, as practically, how do you check if sister company send debit note and credit note to adjust their final tax calculation in Malaysia? Yeah. So do you use only ILP system as usually knowing in the world in Malaysia? Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Okay,
Pak Tor. Just make it clear before answer from Mr. Chu. Do you mean that we have 5 methods of transfer pricing, Pak Tor? Cap,
Yes.
compare, uncontrolled price. And then second, we have the C plus method. The third, we
Yes.
have a resale method. And then the
Yes.
number 4 is TNMM, transfer net margin method. And the last one
Yes,
should be the split
yes.
method. Is it right?
Yes, I see. But in Malaysia, how do you recognize, how do you analyze a debit note or credit note practically?
Particularly.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So back to you, Chu. Please.
Okay, Mr. Pakto, it's a technical question that I'm think because I'm not from the technical side, that's why I'm unable to answer this question lah. Whether it's using debit note or not, but for sure, like Pak Heru said, you follow the WTO rules and regulation into valuation.
Yes.
Okay. Just another comment from me, Pak Tor, because actually, if we're talking about transfer pricing, back to the OECD guidelines, right? If we are talking about the custom side, we are back to the Article 7 guide, which means the PAPP, price actually paid unpayable. Okay, I think this is the end of the question session, Q&A session, and I asking to the big applause to the both sides from the Malaysia and also the Russia with the virtual applause, please. I really appreciate it. Yes, thank you, Mr. Chu, and also Dennis. Thank you for the time. Take care and stay safe. And then before I resume the discussion, I will invite the committee. Please share my quotes to closing this Q&A session. Please share the quotes. I have a quotes. Yes, I think almost the people know from Russia, also from Malaysia. I think one of the greatest tennis player, right? Right now he has a 21 Grand Slam title. Rafael Nadal. He said that the glory is being happy. The glory is not winning here or winning there. The glory is enjoying practicing, enjoying every day, enjoying to work hard, trying to be a better player than before. This is Rafael Nadal quotes, and I think it's quite very relevant to our topic this morning. Also the Q&A session that's talking about the cooperation between custom and tax. So I think thank you very much to all the speakers, and also thank you to all the participants for your active discussion. So I think very happy to having you this moment. So back to you, MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bapak Heru, for leading such a very fruitful discussion. Distinguished guests and participants, we have had a productive and inspiring time together, right, Riri? And in this event is about to come to very end. We hope you found today's presentations are informative and also helpful. And to close the conference, we would like to call upon the Director of Customs and Excise Education and Training Center to present us with the closing speech. Bapak Hari Mulia, the screen is yours.
Thank you, Riri and Vice. Bismillah. Honorable Mr. Chu Han Aun, Speaker from Royal Malaysian Customs Department. Mr. Dennis Grazin, Speaker from Federal Customs Service of Russia. Bapak Heru Ardianto, Moderator from Director General of Customs and Excise of Indonesia. Distinguished participant. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me say how pleased I am to see so many of you gathered here for this conference. Please allow me to express my greatest gratitude to all of the resource persons and participants from Indonesia and International Customs Administration. I'm convinced that the presence of all of you has contributed a lot to success this international conference. Furthermore, I would like to give a big congratulations to the completion of the second international conference organized by Indonesian Customs and Excise Training Center as RTC Indonesia. For all of you who sincerely committed to this event to make it a success, thank you for organizing this event. It would have been impossible without the support of each and everyone present here. For the past 2 days, we have had so many remarkable speakers with us, invited speakers and 8 presenters of all wallpapers. Then I'm afraid is one of them I cannot mention. I also believe that this conference is fruitful with the endeavor of participants and under the full support of amazing opening and keynote speakers, Bapak Sudarto, Bapak Andin Hadianto, and Mr. Norikazu Kuramoto. Thank you very much. Distinguished colleagues, since yesterday, we have listened to and discussed about strengthening cooperation between custom and tax authorities to optimize state revenue and enhancing the exchanging and of information between custom and tax authorities to improve compliance. Those two subterms build up the main term of this international conference, that is cooperation between custom and tax authorities. As we plan this conference, we take in consideration that cooperation and collaboration between customs and tax authorities is more and more important since data and information possessed by these two authorities are complementary and will be useful to generate more revenue and enhance compliance. Now, at the end of this event, I hope we achieve the goal and getting an awareness of the importance of such cooperation, and afterwards, we all can implement and take the benefit of cooperation for the sake of our respective nation interests. But as important as that, I am very happy that all of us can make some effort to come here and sit together to strengthen our coordination and communication. Once again, I would like to take this opportunity to sincerely wish this international conference result in fruitful discussion and be successful in accordance with its objectives and contribute to better collaboration among customs administration. And I would like to wish you all good health and happiness. Finally, with those remarks, I would like to conclude this by officially closing the International Conference on Custom and Tax Cooperation. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause virtually for Mr. Hari Mulya.
So once again, thank you so much Bapak Hari Mulya for the closing speech. Distinguished guests, dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring this conference to a close, please take a moment to access the link tree written on the Zoom chat, click the evaluation form, and please provide us with feedback on today's conference. Please do not forget to fill and recheck your identity on the form in order to prevent spelling errors, and your e-certificate will be sent directly to your email. As for the Ministry of Finance's employees, the e-certificate will also be sent to your Haris account.
Exactly. And now to end the day, really, as Mr. Haru gave you a nice, very nice quote, we also have one quote, right? We would leave you with a quote by Stewart Brand, an author and innovative thinker who once said, "We can see the past but not influence it, and we can influence the future but not see it." Let us all be guided by all the things we have learned and heard throughout the conference and be able to see and influence our future.
Wow, what a nice quote, Faiz.
Guys.
So, ladies and gentlemen, please always stay safe and stay healthy. Have a great day and see you again at the next event. I'm Riri.
And I'm Faiz signing off. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mas Heru.
Thank you, sir. Terima kasih. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Mr. Aon. Mr. Dennis, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Request permission to leave. Thank you for this wonderful seminar. Request permission to leave.
Bye-bye.
Pak Heru, makasih Pak Heru.
Selamat Mbak Risa, selamat Pusdiklat Bea Cukai.
Terima kasih Mbak.
Keren Pusdiklat Bea Cukai.
Sampai ketemu lagi. Iya.
Presidennya.
Iya Mbak Ani.